everybody. Welcome back. There is currently an ad break in progress, and I'm not sure how many of you guys actually are hearing everything right now or not. Um, but yeah, yeah, I can understand that. Um, wow, already tank. Okay, got it. I appreciate that. Yeah, and that was over a week ago, I think. I jumped on because somebody else was on too. But yeah. Alright, guys, looks like the ads are over. Welcome back, welcome back. So I'm starting up the timer again. Um, Move that down a bit. So we are at 208 subs. The next goal is 225 to get me to actually play uh, Dead by Daylight. I haven't played it recently because anxiety issues. Woo! Um, there's that. But yeah, as of right now, currently reading The Witcher, Blood of Elves. This is the first book, and it is completely out of order. Um, it literally started with Ciri and Karamorn, like they were already there, and they've left Karamorn because it's spring. Triss had showed up, and they met up with was it? If any of you guys have seen the TV show, The Band of Dwarves, there's five of them. One of them got married, so left the group. And now a few of them have died because they met up with the Scoia'tael, which um, is a group of elves that Scoia'tael actually translates to squirrels. And they had a bit of a battle. Battle's over, and Geralt, Triss, and Ciri are going their own way now. I need to stop saying that then. Got it. Alright, so go ahead and start on chapter 5, which means there's 3 chapters left, and these chapters are huge, because, what is it? Let me see something real quick. Yeah, we're just, about halfway through the book right now. Alright. Did you say something? The boy sniffed and pushed his oversized velvet hat, a pheasant's feather hanging rakishly to the side, back from his forehead. Yeah, Scoia'tael is a band of elves, and it means squirrel. So they're calling themselves the squirrels. Um, or you're making a joke at people who are ADHD. Are you a knight? He repeated, gazing at Geralt with wide eyes as blue as the sky. No, replied the Witcher, surprised that he felt like answering. I'm not. But you've got a sword. My daddy's one of King Foltest's knights. He's got a sword too, bigger than yours. Geralt leaned his elbows on the railing and spat into the water eddying at the barge's wake. You carry it on your back. The little snot persisted. The hat slipped down over his eyes again. What? The sword. On your back. Why have you got the sword on your back? Because someone stole my oar. The little snot opened his mouth, demanding that the impressive gaps left by milk teeth he admired. Move away from the side, said the Witcher, and shut your mouth or flies will get in. The boy opened his mouth even wider. Gray-haired yet stupid, snarled the little snot's mother, a richly attired noblewoman, pulling her offspring away from the beaver collar, or by the beaver collar of his cloak. Come here, Everett. I've told you so many times not to be familiar with the passing rabble. Geralt sighed, gazing at the outline of islands and islets looming through the morning mist. The barge, as ungainly as a tortoise, trudged along at an appropriate speed, that being the speed of a tortoise, dictated by the lazy delta current. The passengers, mostly merchants and peasants, were dozing on their baggage. The Witcher unfurled the scroll once more and returned to Ciri's letter. I sleep in a large hall called the dormitorium, and my bed is terribly big, I tell you. I'm with the intermediary girls. There are 12 of us, but I'm most friendly with your need, Kate, Katie, and Iola the second. Whereas today I ate broth, and the worst is that sometimes we have to fast and get up very early at dawn, earlier than at Kaer Morhen. I will write the rest tomorrow, for we shall presently be having prayers. No one ever prayed in Kaer Morhen. I wonder why we have to here. No doubt because it is a temple. Geralt, Mother Naneke has read and said I must not write silly things, and write clearly without mistakes, and about what I'm studying, and that I feel well and healthy. I feel well and am healthy, if unfortunately hungry, but soon be dinner. And Mother Naneke also said write that prayer has never harmed anybody yet, neither me nor, certainly, you. Geralt, I have some free time again. I will write, therefore, that I am studying, to read and write correct runes, history, nature, poetry, and prose, to express myself well with the common speech and in the elder speech. I am best at the elder speech. I can also write elder runes. I will write something for you, and you will see for yourself. Elaine Blath, Banawed, that meant beautiful flower, child of the sun. You see for yourself that I can, and also, now I can write again, for I have found a new quill, for the old one broke. Mother Naneke read this, and praised me that it was correct, that I am obedient, she told me to write, and that you should not worry. Don't worry, Geralt. Again, I have some time, so I will write what happened. When we were feeding the turkey hens, I, Iola, and Katie, one enormous turkey attacked us. A red neck it had, and was terrible horrible. First it attacked Iola, and then it wanted to attack me, but I was not afraid, because it was smaller and slower than the pendulum anyway. I dodged and did a pirouette and walloped it twice with a switch until it made off. Mother Naneke does not allow me to carry my sword here. A pity, for I would have shown that turkey what I learned in Kaer Morhen. I already know that in the Elder Runes it would be written Kaer Morhen, and that it means keep of the Elder Sea. So, no doubt that is why there are shells and snails. There are as well as fish imprinted on the stones. And Sintra was correctly written Zintrea, whereas my name comes from Ziriel, for it means swallow, and that means that. Are you busy reading? He raised his head. I am. So, has anything happened? Someone noticed something? No, nothing, replied the skipper, wiping his hands on his leather jerkin. There's calm on the water, but there's a mist, and we're already near Crane Islet. I know. It's the 6th time I've sailed this way. Boat bug, not counting the return journeys. I've come to know the trail. My eyes are open. Don't worry. The skipper nodded and walked away to the prow, stepping over travelers' packages and bundles stacked everywhere. Squeezed in amidships, the horses snorted and pounded their hooves on the deck boards. They were in the middle of the current and dense fog. The prow of the barge ploughed the surface of water lilies, parted their clubs. Geralt turned back to his reading. And that means I have an elven name. I am not, after all, an elf, Geralt. There is also talk about the squirrels here. Sometimes even the soldiers come and ask questions and say we must not treat wounded elves. I have not squealed a word to anyone about what happened in spring, don't worry. And I also remember to practice. Don't think otherwise. I go to the park and train when I have time, but not always, for I also have to work in the kitchen or in the orchard like all the girls. And we also have a terrible amount of studying to do. But never mind, I will study. After all, you too studied in the temple, Mother Naneke told me. And she also told me that just any idiot can brandish a sword, but a witcher girl must be wise. Geralt, you promised to come. Come. Your Siri. P.S. Come, come. P.S. 2. Mother Naneke told me to end with praise be to great Melitele. Melitele. May her blessing be forever always go with you, and may nothing happen to you. Siri. I'd like to go to Alander, he thought, putting away the letter. But it's dangerous. It might lead them to... These letters have got to end. Naneke makes use of temple mail, but still... Damn it, it's too risky. Hmm? Hmm? What now, boat bug? We've passed Crane Islet. And without incident, thank the gods, sighed the skipper. Ha, Geralt. I see this is going to be another peaceful trip. Any moment now, the mist is going to clear, and when the sun peeps through, the fear is over. The monster won't show itself in the sunlight. That won't worry me in the least. So I should think, Boatbug replied wryly. The company pays you by the trip, regardless whether something happens or not. A penny falls into your pouch, doesn't it? You ask me if you didn't know. You ask me as if you didn't know. What is this? Envy talking? That I earn money standing, leaning against the side, watching the lapwings? And what do you get paid for? The same thing. For being on board. When everything is going smoothly, you haven't got anything to do. You stroll from prow to stern, grinning at the women, or trying to entice merchants to have a drink. I've been hired to be on board too, just in case. The transport is safe under a witcher, because a witcher is on board. The cost of the witcher is included in the price of the trip, right? Well, that certainly is true, sighed the skipper. The company won't lose out. I know them well. This is the 5th year I sail the Delta for them, from Foam to Novigrad, from Novigrad to Foam. Well, to work, Witcher sir. You go on leaning against the side, and I'll go for a stroll from prow to stern. The mist thinned a little. Geralt extracted another letter from his bag, one he had recently received from a strange courier. He had already read it about 30 times. Dear friend, the Witcher swore quietly, looking at the sharp, angular, even runes drawn with energetic sweeps of the pen, faultlessly reflecting the author's mood. He felt once again the desire to try to bite his own backside in fury. When he was writing to the Enchantress a month ago, he had spent 2 nights in a row contemplating how best to begin. Finally, he had decided on dear friend. Now he had his just desserts. Dear friend, your unexpected letter, which I received not quite 3 years after last we saw each other, has given me much joy. My joy is all the greater as various rumors have been circulating about your sudden and violent death. It is a good thing that you have decided to disclaim them by writing to me. It is a good thing, too, that you are doing so soon. From your letter, it appears that you have lived a peaceful, wonderfully boring life, devoid of all sensation. These days such a life is a real privilege, dear friend, and I am happy that you have managed to achieve it. I was touched by the sudden concern which you deigned to show As to my health, dear friend, I hasten with the news that, yes, I now feel well. The period of indisposition is behind me. I have dealt with the difficulties, the description of which I shall not bore you with. It worries and troubles me very much that the unexpected present you receive from fate brings you worries. Your supposition that this requires professional help is absolutely correct. Although your description of the difficulty, quite understandably, is enigmatic, I am sure I know the source of the problem, and I agree with your opinion that the help of yet another magician is absolutely necessary. I feel honored to be the second to whom you turn. What I have done, or what have I done to deserve to be so high on your list? Rest assured, dear friend, and if you had the intention of supplicating the help of additional magicians, abandon it, because there is no need. I leave without delay, and go to the place which you indicated in an oblique yet, to me, understandable way. What's wrong, Dusk? Why are you saying sorry? You do know that Discord is muted while I'm streaming, and you can join. Let me actually open it up so anybody who wants to join and sit in here with me can do so. I don't mind. I'll just sit you guys comfortably on the pillow. Yeah, no, seriously, if you want to join and sit and chat with me, you can do so. I don't mind. That's the offer's open to everybody in chat. Oh no, that's okay. Come on in. I'm just waiting to see if you're going to join so that way I can put you on the pillow. You can be whatever you want, Dusk. Hi.
Hi.
How's it going?
I'd rather just,
Just sit and listen?
yeah, it's nothing bad, but I don't need to have everyone know my business.
That's fine. There we go.
Yeah.
I, it goes without saying that I leave in absolute secrecy and with great caution. I will surmise the nature of the trouble on the spot, and will do all that is in my power to calm the gushing source. I shall try, in doing so, not to appear any worse than the other ladies to whom you have turned, are turning, or usually turn with your supplications. I am, after all, your dear friend. Your valuable friendship is too important to me to disappoint you, dear friend. Should you, in the next few years, wish to write to me, do not hesitate for a moment. Your letters invariably give me boundless pleasure. Your friend, Yennefer. The letter smelled of lilac and gooseberries. Geralt cursed. He was torn from his reverie by the movement on deck and a rocking of the barge that indicated they were changing course. Some of the passengers crowded starboard. Skipper Boatbug was yelling orders from the bow. The barge was slowly and laboriously turning towards the Temerian shore, leaving the fairway and ceding right of way to two ships looming through the mist. The Witcher watched with curiosity. The first was an enormous three-masted galea galleass at least 140 yards long, carrying an amaranth flag with a silver eagle. Behind it, its 40 oars rhythmically hard at work, glided a smaller, slim galley adorned with a black ensign with gold-red chevron. "Oh, what huge dragons," said Boatbug, standing next to the Witcher. "They've pushed a heck of a wave, the way they're plowing the river." "Interesting," muttered Geralt. "The galleass is sailing under the Redanian flag, but the galley is from Aedirn." "From Aedirn, very much so," confirmed the skipper, "and it carries the governor of Haig's pennon. But note, both ships have sharp keels, near on 4 yards draught. That means they're not sailing to Hague itself. They wouldn't cross the rapids and shallows up the river. They're heading to Foam or Whitebridge. And look, there are swarms of soldiers on the decks. These aren't merchants. They're warships, Geralt. Someone important is on the galleass. They've set up a tent on deck." "That's right. That's how the nobles travel," Boatbug noted, picking his teeth with a splinter peel from the barge's side. "It's safe by river. Elven commandos are roaming the forests. There's no knowing which tree an arrow's going to come flying from. But on the water, there's no fear. Elves, like cats, don't like water. They prefer dwelling in brushwood. It's got to be someone really important. The tent is rich." "That's right. Could be. Who knows? Maybe King Vizimir himself is favoring the river with his presence. All sorts of people are traveling this way now. And while we're at it, in Foam, you asked me to keep my ears open in case anyone was interested in you, asking about you." "Well, that weakling there, you see him?" "Don't point, Boatbug. Who is he?" "How should I know? Ask him yourself. He's coming over. Just look at his stagger. And the water's as still as a mirror, pox on it. If it were to swell just a little, he'd probably be on all fours, the oaf." The oaf turned out to be a short, thin man of uncertain age, dressed in a large woolen and none too clean cloak pinned in place with a circular brass brooch. Its pin, clearly lost, had been replaced by a crooked nail with a flattened head. The man approached, cleared his throat, and squinted with his myopic eyes. "Hmm. Do I have the pleasure of speaking to Geralt of Rivia, the Witcher?" "Yes, sir, you do. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Linus Pitt, Master Tutor and Lecturer at the Natural History at the Oxenfurt Academy." "My very great pleasure." "Hmm. I have been told that you, sir, are on a commission from the Meladius and Grok Company to protect this transport, apparently from the danger of sort of some monster attack. I wonder what this monster could be." "I wonder myself." The Witcher leaned against the ship's side, gazing at the dark outline of the marshy meadows on the Temerian river bank looming in the mist, "and have come to the conclusion that I have most likely been hired as a precaution against an attack from a Scoia'tael commando force said to be roaming the vicinity. This is my 6th journey between Foam and Novigrad, and no Ashana has shown itself." "Ashna? That's some kind of common name. I would rather use the scientific terminology." "Ashna. I truly do not know which species you have in mind." "I'm thinking of a bumpy and rough-skinned monster 4 yards in length, resembling a stumpy overgrown with algae and with 10 paws and jaws like cut saws." The description leaves a lot to be desired as regards scientific precision. Could it be one of the species of the Hyphidridae family? "I don't exclude the possibility," sighed Geralt. "The Ashna, as far as I know, belongs to an exceptionally nasty family for which no name can be abusive. The thing is, Master Tutor, that apparently a member of this unsympathetic clan attacked the company's barge 2 weeks ago, here on the Delta, not far from where we are." "He who says this," Linus Pet gave a screeching laugh, "is either an ignoramus or a liar. Nothing like that could have happened. I know the fauna of the Delta very well. The family of Hyphidridae does not appear here at all, nor do any other quite so dangerously predatory species. The considerable salinity and atypical chemical composition of the water, especially during high tide." During high tide, interrupted Geralt, when the incoming tide passes or wave passes the Novigrad canals, there is no water, to use the word precisely, in the delta at all. There is a liquid made up of excrement, soapsuds, oil, and dead rats. Unfortunately, unfortunately, the Master Tutor grew sad. Degradation of the environment. You may not believe it, but of more than 2,000 species of fish living in the river only 50 years ago, not more than 900 remain. It is truly sad. They both leaned against the railing and stared into the murky green depths. The tide must have already been coming in because the stench of the water was growing stronger. The first dead rats appeared. It does, but let me turn on the... If you're going to do that, I'm going to turn on Power Hour. I probably should do that anyway. And we're actually doing what's called Superpower Hour, which if you buy 10 packs or 5 subs, we spin a wheel. And that wheel is can be add minutes per sub or multiply per sub.
Is Power Hour or Superpower Hour on now?
Power Hour is indeed on. We are also not taking away the ability for you to trash your cards and make time cards.
Yeah, I'm just doing this instead. Before you even said that, I was planning on buying this again. Buying 10 anyways.
Oh, thank you very much.
I kind of want to see you play Dead by Daylight because I want to be there for you.
Oh, Lord.
I will gladly help.
So that counted for 5 packs, or 5 subs. So we're at 213 now.
Will I ever use those packs? Probably not.
Hey, honey! Spin the wheel! If you get the times 10, you just added 10 hours.
Oh, I hope I do, but at the same time, I hope I don't. Part of me wants that to happen, but at the same time, I also don't want that to happen to you.
Why?
Oh, I just don't want that. I just don't want
Okay,
that,
can you
like,
do the math for me
so.
real quick? It was 5. The equivalent of 5. Yeah, oh, no, it was 10 packs. 5 subs equivalent. Yes. You got a times 4.
What is that, 20 minutes?
Just boosted like us up to 8 hours, so you gave a total of 4
Yee.
hours to the timer.
Yee.
Thank you very much.
Yee.
You do know that if you buy packs, you are able to buy it for the community, and then they can claim cards.
Oh,
Just
let me
remembered
just
that.
go. Let
But you
me
have to,
just,
I think you have to do it when you buy it. I don't remember.
well, I have legendary cards. I'm
Hmm.
realizing that.
Yep. And as soon as you open it, an alert's gonna pop up and like a legendary card has been opened.
Open one pack. Common, epic, common.
Okay, Tank. I will go touch grass. Give me a hot second.
The-
What are you giggling at?
I got one that means I can challenge you or Sagro to do an oh whoa, and then I can make you do ooh woo for 10 minutes now.
Yeah, there's a cooldown.
I know, I'm just looking at them. And last pack. Oh, I can make you do ooh and more! Yay!
Vibe check. I was actually just drinking also. By the way, since you're in chat, technically that hits you too.
What?
Vibe check. Take a drink, adjust your posture, and stretch.
Yes, ma'am.
Tank did this on purpose.
Tank also is the one who, every time they're in my chat, they abuse the hell out of my sound alerts.
I turned all my sound alerts off. I am reading.
I
I
have to
do
turn
not want
mine
to be.
off as well.
I'm reading. I don't want to have the shit scared out of me. People following, packs being
If
bought or subs being bought is already going to scare the shit out of me.
I just realized I'm reading this sacrifice. If able, summon the Goat King to this.
Yeah, he's at work. I can't summon him right now. You literally the time to do it is going to be on Thursdays or Fridays when he's off.
I thought I was gonna. I thought I was like summon somebody. I was like, wait, am I on this list where it says summon the duck? I'm like, oh no.
No,
Because I'll say if Sagral or someone else is like, oh no, but no, if you summon me, I kind of can't refuse because you can threaten me.
I'm not going to. That wouldn't exactly be nice, now would it?
No, but it's more like you can tell me to come and join the VC, and I can't say no because you intimidate me.
You know what else scares you is not just soundboards and stuff and like that. It's just people joining and talking to you when you pause for a second.
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
You said I can do what with cards? I can.
You can trash them, so destroy them and turn them into time cards. If you're going to do that, do the 5 minute cards because it actually will get. By the way, tank vibe check.
Oh, ha ha, ha ha. I see how it is.
Yeah, so create the 5 minute cards because you will get 5 more 5 minute cards than the other ones. I bought, was it 20 packs or whatever, and was able to make like 52 5 minute cards that I sat on until the last time we got low, and I just went and I added like 4.5 hours. Helios and Maki did it too.
Well, I'm destroying my common ones.
hmm Yeah, like you can destroy all of them and create cards with them.
The thing is, I thought I could have sworn I got a legendary last time, but I guess not.
You might have already used it.
No, I don't think it was. It was supposed to be doing something. I think it was challenge the Siren.
Oh, excuse me.
Mm, I'm not gonna do this to one to you. Not right now, at least.
Okay, so go ahead and jump back on the story. But yeah, so DBD is at 225 and we're at 213. So we have 12 more. By the
DBD.
way, we have another tweet that we just, because it's every 10. We now have,
Every 10 packs
no,
or every 10
every 10
subs.
subs. We just went from 208 to 213. So if, since you guys are the only ones here as far as I'm aware, yeah, what do you want it to be? If you want to, just let me know what
I'm
you
gonna
want.
type. I'm gonna type it in chat.
Okay. And I will copy it and send to Sagral. Here's the tweet, sweetheart.
Are we compromising on this desk or are you just creating it?
I'm creating it, but you can say if you wanna do it as well or not.
Or why don't you both type something and then decide what it's going to be? You might be able to mesh it.
That's true. Hmm.
Oh, by the way, since y'all are in chat, I know I showed Tank, but I haven't showed you what my Christmas reactive is going to be yet.
Woo!
I don't
This
I
is gonna
don't
be
have
fun.
one for Christmas. It's probably just gonna be the plushie wearing a Christmas with the Santa hat.
Here it is.
Looks
Because I,
super
I
good.
had one, but I wanted it redone because it was with my old model, not the new one.
I don't know where I'm supposed to be looking.
Text for chat.
It's the VC
Oh,
chat.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Honestly, the only thing, honestly, Dusk, the only
Oh,
thing I'd onto that is and Tiny Tank. Tiny
sure.
Tanks would be
Yes.
and Tiny Tanks would just be funny
Hold on.
for
I
it.
got this. Hold on.
I also commissioned one for Ash, and so she's going to be getting one. And I commissioned one for Sagral. Ash's one is
It's
done,
super cute. It's super cute.
and was it she's in an Eeyore onesie, and when she speaks, her arms go up, and it looks, or her arms are up, but when she speaks, it looks like a little, I don't know what the thing
There.
is.
Got it.
Perfect.
Oh, Sagral's gonna love this one.
I know it's gonna be funny.
But he has to do it because y'all are the only ones in
Hey,
chat, so
hey. Technically, hey, it's TOS. It's TOS friendly still.
it
It's
is.
It
friendly.
is. It is.
I can't wait to have Shago just come in here, just come over. It's like, what the
He's
fuck?
doing Dimension Chasers right now, so that's actually not gonna happen.
He's just gonna
So,
come by. Is like, who the hell did this? And he's gonna realize it's me and Tank in here. He's like,
because
I just feel
Dimension
like,
Chasers started at 8, it's at 4, and like they're gonna go like until roughly 8 o'clock, and then they have about an hour of like debriefing. So yeah,
all I know is I have to ask this.
okay,
If we get you to play DBD, does that mean we have to play? You have to play 2v8?
I can. It just says DBD. It doesn't specify which kind.
That would be fun. That would be
Tank, you
fun.
want to buy 10 packs? I'll buy another 10 packs.
I wish I
He
could.
can't right now, but if you buy
Damn
another
it!
10 packs, we'll almost be there. Which
I
means we can
know.
spin the wheel again.
Uh, Peer pressure. Fine. Fuck it.
I
I'm
so wish I
sorry,
played the TOS with
I'm
you.
not trying to like
No. Fuck
twist
it.
your arm over it. Are you sure?
Fuck it.
You don't have to.
Too late. Intrusive thoughts.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Thank you, Dusk. Oh lord.
Open packs. Open 3 packs. Any legendary cards. God damn it. Gambling's coming back. Open another 3 packs. God damn it. No more. No.
Oh.
A fucking Melmetal. What the hell? Why are you here? Mm.
So that means there's just 7 left to get me to do the to hit the goal.
2 more.
7.
7.
There is
7 more.
7,
Okay.
which is either 14 stream loot packs or 7 subs.
Let me see if
Um,
I can't go harass one of my friends who's a sugar daddy. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
um, yeah, I'm not gonna ask that. That's up to you.
No, I was saying it as a joke.
Honey, spin the wheel again. He has the wheel on his computer because I accidentally deleted it on mine.
Perfect.
Let's see if you hit the times 10 and add another 10 hours.
Amazingly awesome if it could happen like that.
I'd be like, congrats, that's 2 days. Easy.
Well, I was gonna go buy candles, but now I put it to
I'm
a
so
better use.
sorry.
No, I put it to a better use. I'm not gonna lie, I was actually gonna ask if I bought stuff on the throne, does that count as well or no?
Okay, you did it times.
You don't understand. This is helping me more than you know.
Let me see. So
Like mine's not bad drama to where like it's not
60 times
unheard
60
of.
is 360 seconds. That's for 1 hour. Hold on. It's six. Shit. 60 seconds times 12 is 720. So that should be. That's not right.
What is it that you need, math-wise? Vibe
600,
check as well.
600 seconds is 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So actually no. So 60 times 12. So that's 12 minutes times 2 is. Oh, all right. 1440. Oh, there was a
24.
hold on. 44. Oh. Oop. So, because you got a times 2.
What do I add?
Nope,
48
I did it.
minutes?
I think that's what you did. Because we're at 9 hours and
Yay.
18 minutes now.
What does he think of the text or the tweet? I want to know what Cycle thinks of the tweet.
Let me see. Vibe check tank, that includes you too.
I did.
What if my only hydration thing is spicy water?
I guess you're getting drunk now, aren't you?
Okay. Lorelai is in charge of me now.
Oh lord.
She's
She's been in charge of me for a while.
she's been in charge of me when I'm high. She's never been in charge of me when I'm drunk.
Lorelai is classified as my other mother.
I scared the shit out of him yesterday. Or earlier today.
Bro,
Was it earlier today?
it was yesterday. It was yesterday night.
Well, I'll have to ask this then from Mama Lore.
Okay.
Which spicy juice do I do? Do I do the vodka soda, which is root beer float flavored, or do I do the cream soda with whiskey?
Cream soda.
Ooh. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, time to get the cream soda bottle. Ah, because I was actually testing out certain whiskeys with it.
I'm curious about the root beer one as well, though. That sounds pretty good.
It does. It sounds really good.
It's made
I
by a
probably,
company called Three Daughters.
I probably shouldn't be saying that, but
So the cream soda one is legitimately just cream soda and whiskey. I'm just gonna pour them together. It was actually just tasting wise.
Mm-hmm.
The one is called it's by a company called Three Daughters, and it's Retro Chill Vodka plus Soda Root Beer Float.
Uh-huh.
Refreshingly spiked treat is what it says on the can.
Nice.
sounds good.
And it says handcrafted. Classic root beer pairs with a creamy with a creamy vanilla kick for a boozy throwback. So I haven't cracked the one open. Are you sure you want me to do the cream soda, or do you want me to do the root beer?
Sounds like you want to do the root beer.
I'm
Yeah.
asking. I want to do both.
Then do the other one. Do the cream
Root,
soda.
yeah, do the cream soda
That's
and
the
do
one
the
that
other one last.
you want to do both. You're looking for a reason, then do it.
Yes, ma'am.
Hmm.
No, fuck it. I'm doing the root beer one. I'm sorry. Well, at the same time as well, I don't have a bottle opener for this cream soda.
Oh yeah,
Ah.
we also need two. We need two subs to do another tweet, which is 4
I'm too.
packs.
I not
Don't worry
disclosing how
about
much
it.
I have in my bank now
No,
because
no,
I don't
no,
have
no, no.
enough.
Don't worry about it. I'm just stating this is this.
I know, but peer pressure.
No, no, no pressure.
Peer pressure, peer pressure, peer pressure.
Hey, okay, then why don't you do it then, Tank?
Because I quite literally don't have the money for it.
It's $10 for 4 packs.
I also quite literally don't have the money for it because
Stuff and things. You have stuff and things. Big people stuff, right?
it's actually this is something I could probably talk about. I just
Okay.
don't have to mention the company name.
Okay.
If I may at all.
Go for it.
Um, I'm going to use non coworker names just as another. So it's me.
Mhm.
Then we have, we'll say, Anthony is the
Mhm.
first coworker, and then Charles is the other coworker. I've been working at this company since February. Anthony has been working since this company for 3.5 years, and Charles has been working at this company since March of this year. I've been working since February this year. Last week I got 14 hours, which I'm like, that's great. That's cool. I average anywhere from 7 to 14 hours, and I'm part
Okay.
time.
Yeah,
At
Mm-hmm.
this
that's
company, you can't get full time until after you work there for a year.
okay.
Anthony's been trying to go for that. He's right now averaging anywhere from 30 to 35 hours a week,
Mhm.
and he's trying so hard to get full time. This week he has 23 hours, and the next week he has 35.
Mhm.
We work for a company that's a grocery store chain that is going to be hell for next week because it's Thanksgiving week.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
We asked Charles. Um, so Charles has 28 this week, and he has 40 next week, and he's not supposed to be getting that because he's a part timer, and he's getting full timer hours. And the week after that, he's also getting 43.
Mhm.
I'm over here. I had 14 last week, so they also had their hours. Without the shift that I picked up the other day, I would have 3 hours this entire week.
Oh Jesus.
With the shift I picked up, I have 6 hours this entire week. My company's kind of treating me like shit right now, to the point where I'm like, I do not want to work no more for them, but they have great benefits and great stock where I want to keep with them.
Mhm.
But I've talked to both my coworkers. They're surprised that I'm getting that little of hours, especially during Thanksgiving week. For Thanksgiving week,
Understandable.
I'm not scheduled at all to work. I'm scheduled for 6 hours this week, next week 0, and the next week and the week after that 0. I'm I'm very irritated at my company right now to the point to where I legitimately want to go up there and like slap my manager at the point. I'm
Hmm.
not going to because I want to keep my job, but I'm really pissed off to where I've even have them that company their emergency bypass on my phone. My mom, my brother, and my company are the only ones who have emergency bypass on my phone if I'm on do not disturb.
Mm-hmm.
And the last time I've gotten over maybe 20, 30 hours of week of work at all for work at this company was the grand reopening of the store happening in the middle of the summer.
Mm.
Before then and after that, average 7 to 15 hours still.
Got it.
Yeah, I'm a little irritated. I'll be lucky if I get
Understandable.
like 16 or 15 hours. And it's normal I just get midday shifts. I'm like, I've given you and they're like, "Oh, it's probably cuz you're not flexible at all." I'm doing remedial classes and I gave them the times and it's Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday,
Mhm.
but they're nighttime ones. But I even asked my professor if I can mark them down so I can go down later. I can't do closing shifts, but I've made it to where I can do midday shifts or morning shifts on those days. No, no, can't.
I'm so
I've
sorry.
even talked to my professor at all as well as like, is there any way we can like move this to like resumed or like to where I can just hear the class entirely? Because my professor's really working with me. He's like, he's understanding it entirely. He said as long as you can like tune in and stuff like that, like if you get put on the dishes in the back of there, just clean dishes, and you can just put a headphone in and you can do that. If they allow you to do that, then yes, you can turn in. I even mentioned it to them. Nope, nope, nope.
It sounds like they're being more inflexible than, and they're trying to put it on you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or they're trying to figure out how to punish you for going to school.
So I'm irritated at that as well as on top of other things. I'm happy for a friend.
Okay?
They are now in a wage. They now just started another relationship, but I'm going to lose them like because they're already distant beforehand. Now they're gonna be less dis they're gonna be more distant with me. I'm like I'm happy for them, but I'm losing
It
a
also
friend as well.
sucks. Yeah.
Mm,
But like I'm happy for them like having another relationship in a while. But like at the same time, I'm gonna lose a friend.
I'm sorry to
So
hear
like
that.
that's all piling on me. On top of that, with all the other regular drama that happens in life. Ooh, that's dangerous.
What's dangerous?
The
The
drink.
root beer float. One, I don't taste a single bit of alcohol.
Mm. All right, well, I need to get back to story time.
It tastes just like root beer.
Yeah, and I should
That
probably
No
get
is,
out of
vodka.
here.
that's up to you, Tank. You can stay if you want.
I'm gonna stay because I need comfort until I get pulled away.
You know what?
I'll
In
go ahead, Lord.
there. There you go, Duck.
Yay! I am a happy ducky.
Mhm. But yeah, I said if you want to, you can sit there, Tank. Or if you want to you want to go somewhere else, go for it.
I will be back here later on. I just need to get some stuff finished up with a couple other people really quick still.
Okay.
Yeah, see you then.
So yeah.
And I hope you feel better soon, Duck.
Yeah, me too.
Thanks.
The white-finned bullhead has died off completely. Linus Pitt broke the silence. The mullet has died, as have the snakehead, the kithara, the striped loach, the red-bellied dace, the long-barrel gudgeon, and the king pickerel. At a distance of about 20 yards from the ship's side, the water surged. For a moment, both men saw a 20-pound or more specimen of the king pickerel swallowing a dead rat and disappearing into the depths, having gracefully flashed its tail fin. What was that? The master tutor shuddered. I don't know. Geralt looked at the sky. A penguin, maybe? The scholar glanced at him and bit his lips. In all certainty it was not, however, you mythical Ashna. I have been told that witchers possess considerable knowledge about some rare species, but you not only repeat rumors and tales, you are also mocking me at a most crude manner. Are you listening to me at all? The mist isn't going to lift, said Geralt quietly. Huh? The wind is still weak. When we sail into the arm of the river, between the islets, it will be even weaker. It is going to be misty right up to Novigrad. I'm not going to Novigrad. I get off at Oxenfurt, declared Pitt dryly. And the mist? Is it surely not so thick as to render navigation impossible? What do you think? The little boy with the feathered hat ran past them and leaned far out, trying, with his stick, to fish out a rat bouncing against the boat. Geralt approached and tore the stick from him. Scram! Don't get near the side. Mummy! Everett, come here immediately. The master tutor pulled himself up and glared at the Witcher with piercing eyes. It seems you really do believe we are in some danger. Master Pitt, said Geralt as calmly as he could, 2 weeks ago something pulled two people off the deck with one of the company's barges, in the midst. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was your Hyphidra, er, Yeah, Hyphidra, or whatever its name is. Maybe it was a long, barbal gudgeon. I think it was an Ashna. The scholar pouted. Conjecture, he declared, should always be based on solid scientific foundations, not on rumors and gossip, I told you. The Hyphidra, which you persist in calling it, an Ashna, does not appear in the waters of the Delta. It was wiped out a good half-century ago due, incidentally, to the activity of individuals such as yourself who are prepared to kill anything that does not instantly look right, without forethought, tests, observation, or considering its ecological niche. For a moment, Geralt felt a sincere desire to tell the scholar where he could put the Ashna in its niche, but he changed his mind. Master Tutor, he said calmly, one of those pulled from the deck was a young pregnant girl. She wanted to cool her swollen feet in the water. Theoretically, her child could, one day, have become chancellor of your college. What do you have to say to such an approach to ecology? It is unscientific. It is emotional and subjective. Nature is governed by its own rules, and although those rules are cruel and ruthless, they should not be amended. It is a struggle for survival. Gonna close the door, 'cause the boy's getting loud. The master tutor leaned over the railing and spat into the water. And nothing can justify the extermination of a species, even a predatory one. What do you say to that? I say that it's dangerous to lean out like that. There might be an Ashna in the vicinity. Do you want to try out the Ashna's struggle for survival on your own skin? Linus Pitt let go of the railing and abruptly jumped away. He turned a little pale, but immediately regained his self-assurance and pursed his lips again. No doubt you know a great deal about these fantastical Ashna, Witcher. Certainly less than you. So maybe we should make use of the opportunity. Enlighten me, Master Tutor. Expound a little upon your knowledge of aquatic predators. I'll willingly listen, and the journey won't seem so long. Are you making fun of me? Not at all. I would honestly like to fill in the gaps in my education. Hmm. If you really... Why not? Listen to me. The Hyphidridae family belong to the Amphipoda order, includes 4 species known to science. 2 live exclusively in tropical waters. In our climate, on the other hand, one can come across, though very rarely now, the not-so-large Hyphidra longicauda and somewhat larger Hyphidra marginata. The biotope of both species is stagnant water, or water which flows very slowly. The species are, indeed, predatory, preferring to feed on warm-blooded creatures. Have you anything to add? Not right now. I'm listening with bated breath. Yes, Mention can also be found in the great books of the subspecies Pseudohyphidra, which lives in the marshy waters of Angren. However, the learned Bumbler of Aldersberg recently proved that this is an entirely different species, one from the more Mordidae family. It feeds exclusively on fish and small amphibians. It has been named Ichthyovorax bumbleri. The monster's lucky, smiled the Witcher. That's the 3rd time he was named. How come? The creature you're talking about is an Iliochorus, called a Cinerea in Elder speech. And if the learned bumbler states that it feeds exclusively on fish, then I assume he has never bathed in the lake of the Iliochorus. But Bumbler was right on one account. The Ashna has as much in common with the Cinerea as I do with a fox. We both like to eat duck. What Cinerea? The master tutor brindled. The Cinerea is a mythical creature. Indeed, your lack of knowledge disappoints me. Truly, I am amazed. I know, interrupted Geralt. I lose a great deal of my charm when one gets to know me better. Nevertheless, I will permit myself to correct your theories a little further, Master Pitt. So, Ashna have always lived in the Delta and continue to do so. Indeed, there was a time when it seemed that they had become extinct. for they lived off those small seals. Hey, Asmo, welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? I'm sitting here with my friend Duck. We're reading The Witcher.
Hello.
And if you guys are able to see the chat, you can come in and sit with me. Duck has been so kind as to donate to raise the timer up. Thank you very much, Duck. And
Me.
yeah, excuse me, sorry. Uh, but yeah, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Lorelei Arcadia. I'm one of the patrons of the Cafe d'Arcadia. Tank, be nice. And we are currently in our subathon. We started last month, and thanks to the our wonderful viewers, yeah, no, it's good as. But thanks to our wonderful viewers, we are continuing to stream now. And if you need to raid and fade as, go for it. Mental health and just health in general is important. So, yeah, word
I'll be
are
right back.
harder. I went lurkers. Okay, it's okay if you want to lurk, go for it. Hello, that one guy. Doing good. I appreciate it. Hey, Cloudy. How's it going? As you can see, we're reading The Witcher. It's actually the first book. Um, yeah, thank you for the hug, Cloudy. I appreciate it. But yeah, so we are continuing with the subathon. It is currently power hour for another 45 minutes or so. And the books bounce around. It did not start at the beginning like I thought it would. Yeah. Uh, uh, yeah. Right now, Geralt's on a. He's being paid to keep some barges safe from monsters, and he's having a conversation on one of the monsters with a philosopher. So I'll go ahead and get back to it. River porpoises, corrected Master Tutor. Don't be an ignoramus. Don't mistake seals for. They lived off porpoises, and the porpoises were killed off because they looked like seals. They provided seal-like skins and fat. Then later, canals were dug out in the upper reaches of the river, dams and barriers built. The current grew weaker, the delta got silted up and overgrown, and the Ashna underwent mutation. It adapted. Huh? Humans have rebuilt its food chain. They supplied warm-blooded creatures in the place of porpoises. Sheep, cattle, swine began to be transported across the delta. The Ashne learned in a flash that every barge, raft, or bark on the delta was, in fact, a large platter of food. And the mutation? You spoke of mutation. It's liquid manure. Geralt indicated the green water. Seems to suit the Ashna. It enhances its growth. The damn thing can become so large, apparently, that it can drag a cow off the raft with no effort whatsoever. Pulling a human off a deck is nothing, especially the deck of one of these scows the company uses to transport passengers. You can see for yourself how low it sits in the water. The Master Tutor quickly backed away from the ship's side, as far as the carts and baggage allowed. I heard a splash, he gasped, staring at the mist between the islets. Witcher, I heard. Calm down. Apart from the splashing, you can also hear oars squeaking in rowboats. It's the customs officers from the Redanian shore. You'll see them in a moment, and they'll cause more of a commotion than 3 or even 4 Ashne. But Bug ran past. He cursed obscenely as the little boy in the feathered hat got under his feet. The passengers and messengers, all extremely nervous, were now going through their possessions, trying to hide any smuggled goods. After a little while, a large boat hit the side of the barge, and 4 lively, angry, and very noisy individuals jumped on board. They surrounded the skipper, bawled threateningly in an effort to make themselves and their positions seem important, then threw themselves enthusiastically at the baggage and belongings of the travelers. They check even before we land, complained Boatbug. coming up to the Witcher and the Master Tutor. That's illegal, isn't it? After all, we're not on Redanian soil yet. Redania is on the right bank, half a mile from here. No, contradicted Master Tutor. The boundary between Redania and Temeria runs through the center of the Pontar current. And how the shit do you measure a current? This is the delta. Islets, shoals, and scurries are constantly changing its layout. The fairway is different every day. It's a real curse. Hey, you little snot. Leave that boat hook alone or I'll tan your arse black and blue. Honorable lady, watch your child. A real curse. Everett, leave that alone or you'll get dirty. What's in that chest? Shouted the customs officer. Hey, untie that bundle. Who's in the cart? Any currency? Is there any currency, I say? Temerian or Nilfgaardian money? That's what a customs war looks like, Linus Pitt commented on the chaos with a wise expression on his face. Vizimir forced Novigrad to introduce the ius stapulae. Foltest of Temeria retaliated with a retortative absolute ius stapulae in Waisma and Gorsvalen. That was a great blow for Redanian merchants, so Vizimir increased the tax on Temerian products. He is defending the Redanian economy. Temeria is flooded with cheap goods coming from Nilfgaardian manufactories. That's why the customs officers are so keen. If too many Nilfgaardian goods were to cross the border, the Redanian economy would collapse. Redania has practically no manufactories, and the craftsmen wouldn't be able to cope with the competition. In a nutshell, smiled Geralt, Nilfgaard is slowly taking over with its goods and gold, that which it couldn't it, that which it couldn't take with arms. Isn't Temeria defending itself? Hasn't Foltest blocked his southern borders? How? The goods are coming through Mahekam, Brudge, Verdun, and the ports in Cinderus. Profit is all the merchants are interested in, not politics. If King Foltest were to block his borders, the merchants' guilds would raise a terrible outcry. Any currency? Snarled the approaching customs officer with bloodshot eyes. Anything to declare? I'm a scholar. Be a prince if you like. I'm asking what you're bringing in. Leave them, Boratek, said the leader of the group, a tall, broad-shouldered custom officer with a long, black mustache. Don't you recognize the Witcher? Greetings, Geralt. Do you know him? Is he a scholar? So you're going to Oxenfurt, are you, sir? Welcome back, Dusk. With no luggage?
Hello.
Quite so. To Oxenfurt, with no luggage. The customs officer pulled out an enormous handkerchief and wiped his forehead, mustache, and neck. How's it going today, Geralt? He asked. The monster show itself? No. And you, Olson? Seen anything? I haven't got time to look around. I'm working. My daddy, declared Everett, creeping up without a sound, is one of King Foltest's knights. He's got an even bigger mustache than you. Scram, kid, said Olson, then sighed heavily. Got any vodka, Geralt? No, but I do. The learned man from the academy, pulling a flat skin from his bag, surprised them all. And I've got a snack, boasted Boatbug, looming up as if from nowhere. Smoked burbot. And my daddy, scamper little snot. They sat on coils of rope in the shade of the cart parked amidship, sipping from the skin and devouring the burbot in turn. Olson had to leave them momentarily when an argument broke out. A dwarven merchant from Mahakam was demanding a lower tax and trying to convince the customs officers that the furs he was bringing in were not silver fox, but exceptionally large cats. The mother of the nosy and meddlesome Everett, on the other hand, did not want to undergo an inspection at all, shrilly invoking her husband's rank and the privileges of nobility. The ship, trailing braids of gathered nenuphars, water lilies, and pondweeds at its sides, slowly glided along the wide strait amongst shrub-covered islets. Bumblebees buzzed menacingly amongst the reeds, and tortoises whistled from time to time. Cranes, standing on one leg, gazed at the water with stoical calm, knowing there were no point in getting worked up. Sooner or later, a fish would swim up of its own accord. And what do you think, Geralt? Boatbug uttered, licking the burbot's skin clean. Another quiet voyage? You know what I say. That monster's no fool. It knows you're lying in ambush. Hearken to this. At home in our village, there was a river, and in that river lived an otter which would creep into the yard and strangle hens. It was so crafty that it never crept in when father was home, or me and my brothers. It only showed up when grandpa was left by himself. And our grandpa, Harkin, was a bit feeble in the head, and paralysis had taken his legs. It was as if the otter, the son of a bitch, knew. Well then, one day our pa, 10% ad valorem. What tank? What? What are you talking about?
I got the third redeem. Last
Okay.
third. That's what Tank's talking about.
Why was he trying to bring my attention to it? It's whoever
I
wants it.
don't. I don't know.
Okay. But might as well do this because I should have done it in the first place. Sorry about that. Dang it, come on. Eh. Ah, you're playing Pokemon Unite. Nice. And I think, was it on my end, at the moment some things are borked, so I apologize. Nothing's playing. Do 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 do. A dwarven merchant from 10% ad valorem, yelled the dwarven merchant from amidships, waving the fox skin about. That's how much I owe you, and I'm not going to pay a copper more. Then I'll confiscate the lot, rolled Olson angrily, and I'll let the Novigrad guards know, so you'll go to the clink together with your valorem. Boratek charged him to the penny. Hey, have you anything left for me? Have you guzzled it down with the dregs? Sit down, Olson. Geralt made room for him on the ropes. Stressful job you've got, I see. Ah, I've had it up to my ears, sighed the customs officer, then took a swig from the skin and wiped his mustache. I'm throwing it in. I'm going back to Erden, or Aedern. I'm an honest Vengerberg who followed his sister and brother-in-law to Redania, and now I'm going back. You know what, Geralt? I'm set on enlisting in the army. They say King Demawend is recruiting for special troops. Half a year's training in a camp, and then there's a soldier's pay. 3 times what I get here, bribes included. This burbot's too salty. I've heard about this special army, confirmed Boatbug. It's getting ready for the squirrels because the Legerar army can't deal with the elven commandos. They particularly want half-elves to enlist, I hear. But that camp, where they teach 'em to fight, is real hell, apparently. They leave 50-50, some to get soldier's pay, some to the burial ground, feet first. And so it should be, said the customs officer. The Special Army, Skipper, isn't just any old unit. It's not some shitty shield bearers who just need to be shown what end of the javelin's prick. A special army has to know how to fight like nobody's business. You're such a fierce warrior, are you, Olson? And the squirrels aren't afraid of them? Or aren't you afraid of them? That they'll spike your arse with arrows? Big deal. I know how to draw a bow, too. I've already fought in Nilfgaard, so elves are nothing to me. They say, Boatbug said, with a shudder, if someone falls into their hands alive, the Scoia'taels, it's better they hadn't been born. They'll be tortured horrifically. Ah, do yourself a favor and shut your face, Skipper. You're babbling like a woman. War is war. You whack the enemy in the backside, and they whack you back. Captured elves aren't pampered like our men either. Don't you worry. The tactic of terror, Linus Pitt threw the burbot's head and backbone overboard. Violence breeds violence. Hatred has grown into hearts, and has poisoned kindred blood. What? Olson grimaced. Use a human language. Hard times are upon us. So they are, true, agreed Boatbug. There's sure to be a great war. Every day the sky's thick with ravens. They smell the carrion already. And the Cirrus, Ithlin, foretold the end of the world. White light will come to be. The white chill will then follow. Or the other way around. I've forgotten how it goes. The people are saying signs were also visible in the sky. You keep an eye on the far away, Skipper. Ahead of the sky, or this skiff of yours is going to end up in the shallows. Ah, we're already level with Oxenfurt. Just look, you can see the cask. The mist was clearly less dense now, so that they could see the hillocks and the marshy meadows of the right bank and, rising above them, a part of the aqueduct. That, gentlemen, is the experimental sewage purification plant, boasted the master tutor, refusing to turn his drink. A great success for science, a great achievement for the Academy. We repaired the old elven aqueduct, canals, and sediment trap, and were already neutralizing the sewers of the university, town, and surrounding villages and farms. What you call the cask is a sediment trap, a great success for science. Heads down, warned Olson, ducking behind the rail. Last year, when that thing exploded, the ship flew as far as Crane Islet. The barge sailed between islands and the squat tower of the sediment trap, and the aqueduct disappeared in the mist. Everyone sighed in relief. Aren't you sailing straight by way of the Oxenford Arm, Boatbug? Asked Olson. I'm putting in at Acorn Bay first, to collect fish traders and merchants from the Temerian side. The custom officers scratched his neck. At the bay. Listen, Geralt, aren't you in any conflict with the Temerians by any chance, are you? Why? Was someone asking about me? You've guessed it. As you see, I remember you asked me to keep an eye out for anyone interested in you. Well, just imagine. The Temerian guards have been inquiring about you. The customs officers there, with whom I have a good understanding, told me. Something smells funny here, Geralt. The water? Linus Pat was afraid, glancing nervously at the aqueduct and the great scientific success. That little snot rag? Boatbud pointed to Everett, who was still milling around nearby. I'm not talking about that. The customs officer winced. Listen, Geralt. The Temerian customs men said these guards are asking strange questions. They know you sail with the Malatias and Grok barges. They asked if you sail alone. If you have... Bloody hell, just don't laugh. They were going on about some underage girl who has been seen in your company, apparently. Boatbug chuckled. Linus Pitt looked at the Witcher with eyes filled with the distaste which benefited someone looking at the white-haired man who has drawn the attention of the law on account of his preference for underage girls. That's why, Olson hawked, the Temerian customs officers thought it might be some private matters being settled, into which the guards had been drawn, like, well, the girl's family or her betrothed. So the officers cautiously asked who was behind all this, and they found out. Well, apparently it's a nobleman, with a tongue ready as a chancellor's, neither poor nor miserably, who calls himself Rience, or something like that. He's got a red mark on his left cheek, as if from a burn. Do you know anyone like that? Geralt got up. Boatbug, he said. I'm disembarking in Acorn Bay. How's that? And what about the monster? That's your problem. Speaking of problems, interrupted Olson, just look starboard, Geralt. Speak of the devil. From behind the island, from the swiftly lifting mist, loomed a lighter, a black berget dotted with silver lilies fluttering lazily from the mast. The crew consisted of several men wearing the pointed hats of Temerian guards. Geralt quickly reached into his bag and pulled out both letters, the one from Ciri and the one from Yennefer. He swiftly tore them into tiny shreds and threw them into the river. The customs officer watched him in silence. Whatever are you doing, may I ask? No, Boatbug, take care of my horse. You want to, Olson frowned. You intend to. What I intend is my business. Don't get mixed up in this, or there'll be an accident. Or an incident. They're sailing under the Temerian flag. Bugger their flag. The customs officer moved his cutlass to a more accessible place on his belt and wiped his enameled gorget, enameled gorget, an eagle on a red background, with his sleeve. If I'm on board carrying out an inspection, then this is Redania. I will not allow. Olson, the Witcher interrupted, grabbing him by the sleeve. Don't interfere, please. The man with the burned face isn't on the lighter, and I have to know who he is and what he wants. I've got to see him face to face. You're going to let them put you in the stocks? Don't be a fool. If this is a private settling of scores, privately commissioned revenge, then as soon as you get past the islet, on the whirl, you'll fly overboard with an anchor round your neck. You'll be face to face, all right, but it'll be with crabs at the bottom of the river. They're Temerian guards, not bandits. Is that so? Then just look at their mugs. Besides, I'll know instantly who they really are. You'll see. The lighter, approaching rapidly, reached the barge. One of the guards threw the rope over, while another attached the boat hook to the railing. I be the skipper, Boatbug blocked the way as three men leapt on the deck. This is a ship belonging to the Maladius and Grok Company. What? One of the men, stocky and bald, pushed him briskly aside with his arm, thick as the branch of an oak. A certain Geralt, called Geralt of Rivia, he thundered, measuring the skipper with his eyes. Is such a one on board? No. I am he. The Witcher stepped over the bundles and packages and drew near. I am Geralt, and, and called Geralt. What is this about? I arrest you in the name of the law. The bald man's eyes skimmed over the passengers. Where's the girl? I'm alone. You lie. Hold it! Hold it! Olson emerged from behind the Witcher's back and put his hand on his shoulder. Keep calm. No shouting. You're too late, Temerians. He has already been arrested in the name of the law at that. I caught him. For smuggling. I'm taking him to the guardhouse in Oxenfurt, according to the orders. What's that? The bald man frowned. And the girl? There is no girl here, nor has there been. The guard looked at each other in uncertain silence. Olson grinned broadly and turned up his black mustache. You know what we'll do, he snorted. Sail with us to Oxenfurt, Temerians. We and you are simple folk. How are we to know the ins and outs of the law? The commandment of the Oxenfurt guardhouse is a wise and worldly man. He'll judge the matter. You know our commandant, don't you? Because he knows yours. The one from the bay, very well. You'll present your case to him. Show him your orders and seals. You do have a warrant with all the necessary seals, don't you, eh? The bald man just stared grimly at the customs officer. I don't have the time or the inclination to go to Oxenfurt, he suddenly bawled. I'm taking the rogue to our shore, and that's that. Strand, Vitek, get on with it. Search the barge. Find me the girl, quick as a flash. 1 minute, slow down. Olson was not perturbed by the yelling and drew out his sword, his words slowly and distinctly. You're on Redanian side of the Delta, Temerians. You don't have anything to declare, by any chance, do you? Or any contraband? We'll have a look presently. We'll do a search, and if we do find something, then you will have to take the trouble to go to Oxenfurt for a while after all. And we, if we wish to, we can always find something. Boys, come here. My daddy, squeaked Everett all of a sudden, appearing at the bald man's side as if from nowhere, is a knight. He's got an even bigger blade than you. In a flash, the bald man caught the boy by his beaver collar and snatched him up from the deck, knocking his feathered hat off. Wrapping his arms around the boy's waist, he put the cutlass to his throat. Move back, he roared. Move back, or I'll slash this brat's neck. Everett! howled the noblewoman. Curious methods, the Witcher said slowly, you Temerian guards use. Indeed, so curious that it makes it hard to believe you're guards. Shut your face, yelled the bald one, shaking Everett, who was squealing like a piglet. Strand, Vitek, get him. Fetter him and take him to the lighter. And you, move back. Where's the girl? Where's the girl, I'm asking you? Give her to me, or I'll slaughter this little snot. Slaughter him, then, drawled Orlson, giving a sign to the men and pulling out his cutlass. Is he mine or something? And when you've slaughtered him, we can talk. Don't interfere. Geralt threw his sword on the deck and, with a gesture, held back the customs officers and Boatbug's sailors. I'm yours, lyre guard, sir. Let the boy go. To the lighter. The bald man retreated to the side of the barge without letting Everett go, and grabbed a rope. Vidic tied him up. And all of you to the stern. If any of you move, the kid dies. Have you lost your mind, Geralt? Growled Olson. Don't interfere. Everett! The Temerian lighter suddenly rocked and bounced away from the barge. The water exploded with a splash, and two long green corpse-like or coarse paws bristled with spikes like the limbs of a praying mantis shot out. The paws grabbed the guard holding the boat hook and, in the wink of an eye, dragged him under water. The bald guard howled savagely, released Everett, and clung onto the ropes which dangled from the lighter's side. Everett plopped to the already reddening water. Everybody, those on the barge and those on the lighter, started to scream as if possessed. Geralt tore himself away from the two men trying to bind him. He thumped one in the chin and threw him overboard. The other took a swing at the Witcher with the iron hook, but faltered and dropped onto Olson's hands with a cutlass buried to the hilt in his ribs. The Witcher leaped over the low railing. Before the water, thick with algae, closed in over his head, he heard Linus Pitt, the lecturer of natural history at the Academy of Oxenfurt, shout, "What is that? What species? No such animal exists." He emerged just by the Temerian lighter, miraculously avoiding the fishing spear, which one of the Baldy's men was jabbing at him. The guard didn't have time to strike him again before he splashed into the water with an arrow in his throat. Geralt, catching hold of the dropped spear, rebounded, with his legs against the side of the boat, dived into the seething whirlpool, and forcefully jabbed at something, hoping it was not Everett. "It's impossible," he heard the Master Tutor's cries. "Such an animal can't exist. At least, it shouldn't." I agree with that last statement entirely, thought the Witcher, jabbing the Ashna's armor, bristling with its hard bumps. The corpse of the Temerian guard was bouncing up and down inertly in the sickle-shaped jaws of the monster, trailing blood. The Ashna swung its flat tail violently and dived to the bottom, raising clouds of silt. He heard a thin cry, "Hello." "Hey, Nixilis, how's it going? Thank you for the resub. Greatly appreciate it. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing?"
Lord Honey,
Yeah.
the timer hasn't been showing. It's still all zeros.
Yeah, let me fix that. Every time that, so far it's been working every time that it's been paused or anything gets added.
Okay, I just didn't know because
No,
I
no,
went
let me know
I went
whenever that
blank for a little bit.
happens. No, no, it's okay, it's okay. Just, if something like that happens, please let me know, because
Yes, ma'am.
we we don't know why, but for some reason the timer's been working like that.
It means it just wants you to keep going and going and going and staying at one time.
That or the timer's like, "I'm tired, stop." And it's like, no.
Okay.
But thank you again for the resub. Really, really appreciate it. Okay. All right. He heard a thin cry. Everett, stirring the water like a little dog, had caught hold of Baldy's legs, and he was trying to climb on to the lighter by the ropes hanging down the side. The ropes gave way, and both the guard and the boy disappeared with a gurgling under the surface of the water. Geralt threw himself in their direction and dived. The fact that he almost immediately came across the little boy's beaver collar was nothing but luck. He tore Everett from the entangled algae, swam out on his back, and, kicking with his legs, reached the barge. "Here, Geralt! Here!" He heard cries and shouts, each louder than the other. "Give him here! The rope! Catch hold of the rope! Pox! The rope, Geralt! With the boat hook! With the boat hook! My boy!" Someone tore the boy from his arms and dragged him upwards. At the same moment, someone else caught Geralt from behind, struck him in the back of the head, covered him over with his bulk, and pushed him under the water. Geralt let go of the fishing spear, turned, and caught his assailant by the belt. With his other hand he tried to grab him by the hair, but it was in vain. It was Baldy. Both men emerged, but only for an instant. The Temerian lighter had already moved a little from the barge, and both Geralt and Baldy, locked in an embrace, were in between them. Baldy caught Geralt by the throat. The Witcher dug a thumb in his eye. The guard yelled, let go, and swam away. Geralt could not swim. Something was holding him by the leg and dragging him into the depths. Next to him, half a body bounced to the surface like a cork, and then he knew what was holding him. The information Linus Pitt yelled from the barge deck was unnecessary. It's an arthropod. Order Amphipoda. Group Mandibulitismae. Geralt violently thrashed his arms in the water, trying to yank his leg from the Eshna's claws, as they pulled him toward the rhythmically snapping of its jaws. The Master Tutor was correct once again. The jaws were anything but small. "Grab hold of the rope!" yelled Olsen. "The rope! Grab it!" A fishing spear whistled past the Witcher's ear and plunged with a smack into the monster's algae-ridden armor as it surfaced. Geralt caught hold of the shaft, pressed down on it, bounced forcefully away, brought his free leg in, and kicked the Eshna violently. He tore himself away from the spiked paws, leaving his boot, a fair part of his trousers, and a good deal of skin behind. More fishing spears and harpoons whizzed through the air, most of them missing their mark. The Eshna drew its paws, swished its tail, and gracefully dived to the green depths. Geralt seized the rope, which fell straight into his face. The boat hook, catching him painfully in the side, caught him by the belt. He felt a tug, rode upwards, and, taken up by many hands, rolled over the railing and tumbled on deck, dripping with water, slime, weeds, and blood. The passengers, barge crew and custom officers, crowded around him. Leaning over the rails, the dwarf with the fox furs and Olsen were firing their bows. Everett, wet and green with algae, his teeth chattering, sobbed in his mother's arms, explaining to everybody that he hadn't meant to do it. "Geralt!" Boathug yelled in his ear. "Are you dead?" "Damn it." The Witcher spat out seaweed. "I'm too old for this sort of thing. Too old." Nearby, the dwarf released his bowstring, and Olsen roared joyously. "Right in the belly. Ooh, ha ha. Great shot, my furry friend. Hey, Borotek, give him back his money. He deserves a tax reduction for the shot." "Stop," wheezed the Witcher, attempting in vain to stand up. "Don't kill them all, damn it. I need one of them alive." "We've left one," the customs officer assured him. "The bald one who was bickering with me. We've shot the rest, but Baldy is over there swimming away. I'll fish him out right away. Give us the boat hooks." "Discovery! A great discovery!" shouted Linus Pitt, jumping up and down by the barge side. "An entirely new species unknown to science. Absolutely unique. Oh, I'm so grateful to you, Witcher. As of today, the species is going to appear in books as Geraltia maxillosa pitti." "Master Tutor," Geralt groaned, "if you really want to show me your gratitude, let the damn thing be called Everettia." "Just as beautiful," consented the scholar. "Oh, what a discovery! What a unique, magnificent specimen! No doubt the only one alive in the Delta." "No," uttered Boatbug suddenly and grimly. "Not the only one. Look." The carpet of water lilies adhering to the nearby islet trembled and rocked violently. They sent a wave, and then an enormous, long body resembling a rotten log, swiftly paddling its many limbs and snapping jaws. The bald man looked back, howled horrifically, and swam away, stirring up the water with his arms and legs. "What a specimen! What a specimen!" Pitt quickly noted, thrilled to no end. "Prehensile cephalic limbs, 4 pairs of chellae, Strong tail fin, strong claws. The bald men looked back again and howled even more horribly, and the Everedia maxillosa pity extended its prehensile cephalic limbs and swung its tail fan vigorously. The bald man surged the water in a desperate, hopeless attempt to escape. May the water be light to him, said Olson, but he did not remove his hat. My daddy, rattled Everett with his teeth, can swim faster than that man. Take the child away, growled the Witcher. The monster spread its claws, snapped its jaws. Linus Pitt grew pale and turned away. Baldy shrieked briefly, choked, and disappeared below the surface. The water throbbed dark red. Pox. Geralt sat down heavily on the deck. I'm too old for this sort of thing. Far, far too old. What can be said? What can be said? Dandelion simply adored the town of Oxenfurt. The university grounds were surrounded by a wall, and around this wall was another ring, that of the huge, loud, breathless, busy, and noisy townlet. The wooden, colorful town of Oxenfurt, with its narrow streets and pointed roofs. The town of Oxenfurt, which lived off the academy, or off its students, lecturers, scholars, researchers, and their guests, who lived off science and knowledge, off what accompanies the process of learning. In the town of Oxenfurt, from the byproducts and chippings of theory, practice, business, and profit were born. The poet rode slowly along a muddy, crowded street, passing workshops, studios, stalls, shops small and large, where, thanks to the Academy, tens of thousands of articles and wonderful things were produced and sold which were unattainable in other corners of the world, where their production was considered impossible or pointless. He passed inns, taverns, stands, huts, counters, and portable grills from which floated the appetizing aromas of elaborate dishes unknown elsewhere in the world, seasoned in ways not known elsewhere, with garnishes and spices neither known nor used anywhere else. This was Oxenfurt, the colorful, joyful, noisy, and sweet-smelling town of miracles into which shrewd people, full of initiative, had turned dry and useless theories drawn little by little from the university. It was also a town of amusements, constant festivities, permanent holidays, and incessant revelry. Night and day the streets resounded with music, song, and the clinking of chalices and tankards, for it's well known for it is well known that nothing is such thirsty work as the acquisition of knowledge. Although the Chancellor's orders forbade students and tutors to drink and play before dusk, drinking and playing took place around the clock in Oxenfurt, as it is well known that if there is anything that makes men thirstier than the acquisition of knowledge, it is the full or partial prohibition of drinking. Dandelion smacked his lips at his bay gelding and rode on, making his way through the crowds roaming the streets. Vendors, stall-holders, and traveling charlatans advertised their wares and services loudly, adding to the confusion which reigned all around them. Squid, roast squid, ointment for all spots and boils, sold here, reliable, miraculous ointment. Cats, mouse-catching, magic cats. Just listen, my good people, how they meow. Amulets, elixirs, philtres, love potions, guaranteed aphrodisiacs. One pinch and even a corpse will regain its vigor. Who'll buy? Who'll buy? Teeth extracted, almost painless. Cheap, very cheap. What do you mean by cheap? Dandelion was curious as he bit into a stick-skewered squid as tough as a boot. 2 farthings an hour. The poet shuddered and spurred his gelding on. He looked back surreptitiously. 2 people had been following in his tracks since the town hall stop at the barber's shop, pretending to ponder over the price of the barber's services displayed on a chalkboard. Dandelion did not let himself be deceived. He knew what really interested them. He rode on. He passed an enormous building of the bawdy house, the Rosebud, where he knew refined services, either unknown or simply unpopular in other corners of the world, were offered. For some time his rational mind struggled against his character and that desire to enter for an hour. Reason triumphed. Dandelion sighed and rode on towards the university, trying not to look in the direction of the tap rooms from which issued the sound of merriment. Yes, what more can be said? The troubadour loved the town of Oxenfurt. He looked around once more. The two individuals had not made use of the barber's services, although they most certainly should have. At present they were standing outside a musical instrument shop, pretending to ponder over the clay ocarinas. The shopkeeper was falling over himself praising his goods and counting on making some money. Dandelion knew there was nothing to count on. He directed his horse toward the Philosopher's Gate, the main gate to the academy. He dealt swiftly with the formalities, which consisted of signing into a guest book and someone taking his gelding to the stables. Beyond the Philosopher's Gate, a different world greeted him. The college land was excluded from the ordinary infrastructure of town buildings. Unlike the town, it was not a place of dogged struggle for every square yard of space. Everything here was practically as the elves had left it: wide lanes, laid with colorful gravel, between neat, eye-pleasing little palaces, open-work fences, walls, hedges, canals, bridges, flower-beds, and green parks had been crushed in only a few places by some huge, crude mansion constructed in later, post-Elven times. Everything was clean, peaceful, and dignified. Any kind of trade or paid service was forbidden here, not to mention entertainment or carnal pleasures. Students, absorbed in large books and parchments, strolled along the lanes. Others, sitting on benches, lawns, and in flower beds, repeated their homework to each other, discussed or discreetly played at evens or odds, leapfrog, pile-up, or other games demanding intelligence. Professors engrossed in conversation or debate also strolled here with dignity and decorum. Younger tutors milled around with their eyes glued to the backsides of female students. Dandelion ascertained with joy that, since his day, nothing had changed at the academy. A breeze swept in from the delta carrying the faint scent of the sea and the somewhat stronger stink of hydrogen sulfide from the direction of the grand edifice of the Department of Academy which towered above the canal. Gray and yellow linnets warbled amongst the shrubs in the park adjacent to the students' dormitories, while an orangutan sat, and the popular having, no doubt, escaped from the zoological gardens in the Department of Natural History. Not wasting any time, the poet marched briskly through the labyrinth of lanes and hedges. He knew the university grounds like the back of his hand, and no wonder, considering he had studied there for 4 years, then had lectured for a year in the faculty of trovership and poetry. The post of lecturer had been offered to him when he had passed his final exams with full marks, to the astonishment of the professors, with whom he had earned the reputation of lazybones, rake, and idiot during his studies. Then, when, after several years of roaming around the country with his lute, his fame as a minstrel had spread far and wide, the Academy had taken great pains to have him visit and give guest lectures. Dandelion yielded to the request only sporadically, for his love of wandering was constantly at odds with his predilection for comfort, luxury, and a regular income, and also, of course, with his liking for the town of Oxenfurt. He looked back. The two individuals, not having purchased any ocarinas, pipes, or violins, strode behind him at a distance, paying great attention to the tree-tops and facades. Whistling light-heartedly, the poet changed direction and made towards the mansion which housed the Faculty of Medicine and Herbology. The lane leading to the faculty swarmed with female students wearing characteristic green pale cloaks. Dandelion searched intently for familiar faces. Shani! A young medical student with dark red hair cropped just below her ears raised her head from a volume of anatomy and got up from her bench. Dandelion! She smiled squinting her happy hazel eyes. I haven't seen you for years. Come on, I'll introduce you to my friends. They adore your poems. Later, muddled the bard. Look directly over there, Shanty. See those two? Snoops. The medical student wrinkled her upturned nose and snorted. Amazing dandelion. Not for the first time. With how easily students could recognize secret agents, spies, and informers. Students' aversion to the Secret Service was legendary, if not very rational. The university grounds were extraterritorial and sacred, and students and lecturers were untouchable while there, and the service, although it snooped, did not dare to bother or annoy academics. They've been following me since the marketplace, said Dandelion, pretending to embrace and flirt with the medical student. Will you do something for me, Shani? Depends what. The girl tossed her shapely neck like a frightened deer. If you've got yourself into something stupid again. No, no, he quickly reassured her. I only want to pass on some information, and can't do it myself with these shits stuck to my heels. Shall I call the lads? I've only got to shout, and you'll have those snoops off your back. Oh, come on. You want a riot to break out? The row over the bench ghetto for non-humans has just about ended, and you can't wait for more trouble. Besides, I loathe violence. I'll manage the snoops. However, if you could— He brought his lips close to the girl's hair and took a while to whisper something. Shani's eyes opened wide. A witcher? A real witcher? Quiet, for the love of gods. Will you do that, Shani? Of course. The medical student smiled grittily, just out of curiosity to see, close up, the famous "Quieter, I ask you." Only remember, not a word to anyone. A physician's secret. Shani smiled even more beautifully, and Dandelion was once more filled with a desire to finally compose a ballad about girls like her, not too pretty, but none the less beautiful. Girls of whom one dreams at night, when those of classic beauty are forgotten after 5 minutes. Thank you, Shani. It's nothing, Dandelion. See you later. Take care. Duly kissing each other's cheeks, the bard and the medical student briskly moved off in opposite directions. She toward the faculty, he toward Thinker's Park. He passed the modern, gloomy Faculty of Technology building, dubbed the Deus Ex Machina by the students, and turned on to Guildenstern Bridge. He did not get far. Two people lurked around the corner in the lane by the flower bed with a bronze bust of the first chancellor of the academy, Nicodemus Debut. As was the habit of all snoops in the world, they avoided meeting each other's eyes and, like all snoops in the world, they had coarse, pale faces. These they tried very hard to furnish with an intelligent expression, thanks to which they resembled demented monkeys. Greetings from Dijkstra, said one of the spies. We're off. Likewise, the bard replied impudently. Off you go. The spies looked at each other then, rooted to the spot, fixed their eyes on an obscene word someone had scribbled in charcoal on the plinth supporting the chancellor's bust. Dandelion sighed. Just as I thought, he said, adjusting the lute on his shoulder. So am I going to be irrevocably forced to accompany you somewhere, gentlemen? Too bad. Let's go then. You go first. I'll follow. In this particular instance, age may go before beauty. Dijkstra, head of King Vizimir of Redania's secret service, did not resemble a spy. He was far from the stereotype which dictated that a spy should be short, thin, rat-like, and have piercing eyes forever casting furtive glances from beneath a black hood. Dijkstra, as Dandelion knew, never wore hoods, and had a decided preference for bright-colored clothing. He was almost 7 foot tall, and probably only weighed a little under 2 quintals. When he crossed his arms over his chest, which he did with habitual pleasure, it looked as if two cachalots had prostrated themselves over a whale. As far as his features, hair color, and complexion were concerned, he looked like a freshly scrubbed pig. Dandelion knew very few people whose appearance was as deceptive as Dijkstra's, because this porky giant, who gave the impression of being a sleepy, sluggish moron, possessed an exceptionally keen mind. and considerable authority. A popular saying at King Vesemir's court held that if Dijkstra stated, "It is noon, yet darkness reigns all around," it is time to start worrying about the fate of the sun. Gonna go ahead and turn power hour off. Okay. Hmm.
Welcome back.
What?
You went silent, so I'm saying welcome
No,
back.
I said I was turning power hour off.
Ah, I'm sorry. Brain is not fully
No, no,
functioning.
no. It's good. It's good. Just chill. You good.
Look, the root beer is doing work.
Yeah, 'cause you're drunk. At present, however, the poet had other reasons to worry. Dandelion, said Dijkstra sleepily, crossing the cachalots over the whale. You thick-headed half-wit. You unimaginative dunce. Do you have to spoil everything you touch? Can't you, just once in your life, do something right? I know you can't think for yourself. I know you're almost 40. Look almost 30. Think you're just over 20 and act as though you're barely 10. And being aware of this, I usually furnish you with precise instructions. I tell you what you have to do, when you have to do it, and how you go about it. And I regularly get the impression that I'm talking to a stone wall. I, on the other hand, retorted the poet, feigning insolence, regularly have the impression that you talk simply to exercise your lips and tongue. So get to the point, and eliminate the figures of speech and fruitless rhetoric. What are you getting at this time? They were sitting at a large oak table amongst bookshelves crammed with volumes and piled with rolls of parchment, on the top floor of the vice chancellor's offices, in leased quarters which Dijkstra had amusingly named the Faculty of Most Contemporary History and Dandelion called the Faculty of Comparative Spying and Applied Sabotage. They were, including the poet, four present. Apart from Dijkstra, two other people took part in the conversation. One of these was, as usual, Ori Reuven, the aged and eternally stifling secretary to the chief of Redanian spies. The other was no ordinary person. I know you very well, or you know very well what I'm getting at, Dijkstra replied coldly. However, since you clearly enjoy playing the idiot, I won't spoil your game, and will explain using simple words. Or maybe you'd like to make use of this privilege, Philippa. Dandelion glanced at the fourth person present at the meeting, who, until then, had remained silent. Philippa Eilhart must have only recently arrived in Oxenfurt, or was perhaps intending to leave at once, since she wore neither a dress, nor her favorite black agate jewelry, nor any sharp make-up. She was wearing a man's short jacket, leggings, and high boots, a "field outfit," as the poet called it. The enchantress's dark hair, usually loose and worn in a picturesque mess, was brushed smooth and tied back at the nape of her neck. "Let's not waste time," she said, raising her even eyebrows. "Dandelion's right. We can spare ourselves the rhetoric and slick eloquence which leads nowhere when the matter at hand is so simple and trivial. Even so," Dijkstra smiled. "Trivial. A dangerous Nilfgaardian agent who could now be trivially locked away in my deepest dungeon in Tredogor, has trivially escaped, trivially warned and frightened away by the trivial stupidity of two gentlemen known as Dandelion and Geralt. I've seen people wander to the scaffolds over less trivialities. Why don't you inform me about your ambush, Dandelion? Did I not instruct you to keep me informed about all the Witcher's intentions?" "I didn't know anything about Geralt's plans," Dandelion lied with conviction. "I told you that he went to Temeria and Sodden to hunt down this Rience. I also told you that he had returned. I was convinced he had given up. Rience had literally dissolved into thin air. The Witcher didn't find the slightest trail, and this, if you remember, I also told you." "You lied," stated the spy coldly. the Witcher did find Rience's trail, in the form of corpses. That's when he decided to change his tactics. Instead of chasing Rience, he decided to wait for Rience to find him. He signed up to the Malleus and Grot Company barges as an escort. He did so intentionally. He knew that the company would advertise it far and wide, that Rience would hear of it, and then venture to try something. And so Rience did. The strange, elusive Master Rience. The insolent, self-assured Master Rience, who does not even bother to use aliases or false names. Master Rience, who, from a mile off, smells of Nilfgaardian chimney smoke, and of being a renegade sorcerer. Isn't that right, Philippa? The magician neither affirmed nor denied it. She remained silent, watching Dandelion closely and intently. The poet lowered his eyes and hawked hesitantly. He did not like such gazes. Dandelion divided women, including magicians, into very likable, unlikable, and very unlikable. The very likable reacted to the proposition of being bedded with joyful acquiescence, and likable with a happy smile. The unlikable reacted unpredictably, and the very unlikable were counted by the troubadour to be those to whom the very thought of presenting such a proposition made his back go straight cold and his knees shake. Philippa Elhart, although very attractive, was decidedly very unlikable. Apart from that, Philippa Elhart was an important figure in the Council of Wizards, and King Visimir's trusted court magician. She was a very talented enchantress. Word had it that she was one of the few to have mastered the art of polymorphy. She looked 30. Truth, she was probably no less than 300 years old. Dijkstra, locking his chubby fingers together over his belly, twiddled his thumbs. Philippa remained silent. Ori Reuven coughed, sniffed, and wriggled, constantly adjusting his generous toga. His toga resembled a professor's, but it did not look as if it had been presented by a senate. It looked more as if it had been found on a rubbish heap. Your Witcher, however, suddenly snarled the spy, underestimated Master Rience. He set a trap, but, demonstrating a complete lack of common sense, banked on Rience troubling himself to come in person. Rience, according to the Witcher's plan, was to feel safe. Rience wasn't to smell a trap anywhere, wasn't to spy on Master Dijkstra's subordinates lying in wait for him, because on the Witcher's instructions, Master Dandelion had not squealed to Master Dijkstra about the planned ambush. But according to the instructions received, Master Dandelion was duty-bound to do so. Master Dandelion had clear, explicit instructions in this matter which he deigned to ignore. I am not one of your subordinates, the poet puffed up with pride, and I don't have to comply with your instructions and orders. I help you sometimes, but I do so out of my own free will, from patriotic duty, so as not to stand by idly in the face of approaching changes. You spy for anyone who pays you, Dijkstra interrupted coldly. You inform on anyone who has something on you. And I've got a few pretty good things on you, Dandelion. Don't be so saucy. I won't give in to blackmail. Shall we bet on it? Gentlemen, Philippa Eilhart raised her hand. Let's be serious, if you please. Let's not divert from the matter at hand. Quite right, the spy sprawled out in the armchair. Listen, poet. What's done is done. Rience has been warned and won't be duped a second time. But I can't let anything like this happen in the future. That's why I want to see the Witcher. Bring him to me. Stop wandering around town trying to lose my agents. Go straight to Geralt and bring him here with the faculty, or to the faculty. I have to talk to him personally, and without witnesses, without the noise and publicity which would arise if I were to arrest the Witcher. Bring him to me, Dandelion. That is all I require of you at present. Geralt has left, the bard lied calmly. Dijkstra glanced at the magician. Dandelion, expecting an impulse to sound out his mind, tensed, but he did not feel anything. Philippa was watching him. Her eyes narrowed. but nothing indicated that she was using spells to verify his truthfulness. Then I'll wait till he's back, sighed Dijkstra, pretending to believe him. The matter I want to see him about is important, so I'll make some changes to my schedule and wait for the Witcher. When he's back, bring him here. The sooner the better. Better for many people. There might be a few difficulties, Dandelion grimaced, in convincing Geralt to come here. He just imagined it, harbors an inexplicable aversion to spies. Although, to all intents and purposes, he seems to understand it is a job like any other, he feels repulsion for those who execute it. Patriotic reasons, he won't say, are one thing, but the spying profession attracts only out-and-out scoundrels at the lowest. Enough, enough. Dijkstra waved his hand carelessly. No platitudes, please. Platitudes bore me. They're so crude. I think so too, snarled the troubadour. But the Witcher's a simple soul, a straightforward, honest simpleton in his judgment, nothing like us men of the world. He simply despises spies and won't want to talk to you for anything in the world. And as for helping the Secret Services, there's no question about it. And you haven't gotten anything on him. You're mistaken, said the spy. I do. More than one thing. But for the time being, that brawl on the barge near Acorn Bay is enough. You know who those men who came on board were? They weren't Rience's men. That's not news to me, said the poet casually. I'm sure there are a few scoundrels of the likes in which there is no shortage in the Temerian guards. Rience has been asking about the Witcher, and no doubt offering a nice sum for any news about him. It's obvious that the Witcher is very important to him, so a few crafty dogs tried to grab Geralt, bury him in some cave, and sell him to Rience, dictating their conditions and trying to bargain as much out of him as possible, because they would have gotten very little, if anything at all, for mere information. My congratulations on some perspic- perspicacity. Perspicacity. The Witcher's, of course, not yours. It would never have occurred to you. But the matter is more complex than you think. My colleagues, men belonging to King Foltest's Secret Service, are also, as it turns out, interested in Master Rience. They saw through the plan of those, as you called them, crafty dogs. It was they who boarded the barge, they who wanted to grab the Witcher, perhaps as bait for Rience, perhaps for a different end. At Acorn Bay, Dandelion, the Witcher killed Temerian agents. Their chief is very, very angry. You say Geralt has left? I hope he hasn't gone to Temeria. He might never return. And that's what you have on him? Indeed, that's what I have. I can pacify the Temerians, but not for nothing. Where has the Witcher gone, Dandelion? Novigrad, the troubadour lied without thinking. He went to look for Rience there. A mistake, a mistake, smiled the spy, pretending not to have caught the lie. You see what a shame it is he didn't overcome his repulsion to get in touch with me. I'd have saved him the effort. Rience isn't in Novigrad, whereas there's no end of Temerian agents there. Perhaps all waiting for the Witcher. They've caught on to something I've known for a while, namely, that Geralt, the Witcher of Rivia, can answer all kinds of questions if he's asked in the right manner. Questions which the secret services of each of the four kingdoms are beginning to ask themselves. The arrangement is simple. The Witcher comes here, to the department, and gives me the answers to these questions, and he'll be left in peace. I'll calm the Temerians and guarantee his safety. What questions are you talking about? Maybe I can answer them. Don't make me laugh, Dandelion. Yet, Philippa Anhart said suddenly, perhaps he can. Maybe he can save us time. Don't forget, Dijkstra, our poet is mixed up to his ears in this affair, and we've got him here, but we haven't got the Witcher. Where is the child seen with Geralt in Cadwyn? The girl with ashen hair and green eyes. The one Rience asked you about back in Temeria when he caught and tortured you. Eh, Dandelion? What do you know about the girl? Where has the Witcher hidden her? Where did Yennefer go when she received Geralt's letter? Where is Triss Merigold hiding? And why is she hiding? Dijkstra did not stir, but his swift glance at the magician showed Dandelion that the spy was taken aback. The questions Philippa had raised had clearly been asked too soon, and directed to the wrong person. The questions appeared rash and careless. The trouble was that Philippa Eilhart could be accused of anything but rashness and carelessness. "I'm very sorry," he said slowly, "but I wouldn't know the answer to any of the questions. I'll help you if I could, but I can't." Philippa looked him straight in the eyes. "Dandelion," she drawled, "if you know where the girl is, tell us. I assure you that all I and Dijkstra care about is her safety. Safety which is being threatened." "I have no doubt," lied the poet, that's all you care about. But I really don't know what you're talking about. I've never seen the child you're so interested in, and Geralt," interrupted Dijkstra, "never confided in you, never said a word, even though, no doubt, you inundated him with questions. What do you think that might be, or why do you think that might be, Dandelion?" "Could it be that this simple soul, this simpleton who despises spies, sensed who you really are? Leave him alone, Philippa. It's a waste of time. He knows shit all. Don't be taken in by his cocksure expressions and ambiguous smirks. He can help us in only one way. When the Witcher emerges from his hideout, he'll get in touch with him. No one else. Just imagine, he considers him to be a friend." Dandelion slowly raised his head. "Indeed," he confirmed, "he considers me to be such. And just imagine, Dijkstra, that it's not without reason. Finally accept the fact and draw your conclusions. Have you drawn them? Right. So now you can try blackmail." "Well, well," smiled the spy, "how touchy you are on that point. But don't sulk, poet. I was joking. Blackmail between us comrades? Out of the question. And believe me, I don't wish that Witcher of yours any ill, nor am I thinking of harming him. Who knows? Maybe I'll even come to some understanding with him, to the advantage of us both. But in order for that to happen, I've got to see him. When he appears, bring him to me. I ask you sincerely, Dandelion, very sincerely. Have you understood how sincerely?" The troubadour snorted. "I've understood how sincerely." "I'd like to believe that's true. Well, go now. Ori, show our troubadour to the door. Take care." Dandelion got to his feet. "I wish you luck in your work and your personal life. My regards, Philippa. Oh, and Dijkstra, those agents traipsing after me, call them off." "Of course," lied the spy. "I'll call them off. Is it possible you don't believe me?" "Nothing of the kind," lied the poet. "I believe you." Dandelion stayed on the Academy premises until evening. He kept looking around attentively, but didn't spot any snoops following him, and that was what precisely worried him the most. At the Faculty of Trouvernship he listened to a lecture on classical poetry. Then he swept sweetly through a seminar on modern poetry. Slept sweetly, sorry. He was woken up by some tutors he knew, and together they went to the Department of Philosophy to take part in a long-enduring stormy dispute on the essence and origins of life. Before it had even grown dark, half the participants were outright drunk, while the rest were preparing for blows, out-shouting each other and creating a hullabaloo hard to describe. All this proved handy for the poet. He slipped unseen into the garret, clambered out of the window vent, slid down by way of the gutter onto the roof of the library, and, nearly breaking his leg, jumped across onto the roof of the dissecting theater. From there he got into the garden adjacent to the wall. Amidst the dense gooseberry bushes he found a hole which he himself had made bigger with a student. Beyond the hole lay the town of Oxenfurt. He merged into the crowd, then quickly sneaked down the back streets, dodging like a hare chased by hounds. When he reached the coach house he waited a good half-hour, hidden in the shadows. Not spotting anything suspicious, he climbed the ladder to the thatch and leapt onto the roof of the house belonging to Wolfgang Amadeus Goatbeard, a brewer he knew. Gripping the moss-covered roof tiles, He finally arrived at the window of the attic he was aiming for. An oil lamp was burning inside the little room. Perched precariously on the guttering, Dandelion knocked on the lead frames. The window was not locked and gave way at the slightest push. Geralt! Hey, Geralt! Dandelion? Wait, don't come in, please. What's that? Don't come in? What do you mean, don't come in? The poet pushed the window. You're not alone, or what? Are you betting someone right now? Neither receiving nor waiting for an answer, he clambered into the sill, knocking over the apples and onions lying on it. Geralt, he panted and immediately fell silent, then cursed under his breath, staring at the light green robes of a medical student strewn across the floor. He opened his mouth in astonishment and cursed once more. He could have expected anything, but not this. Shani, he shook his head. May the no comments, thank you very much. The Witcher sat down on the bed, and Shani covered herself, yanking the sheet right up to her upturned nose. Well, come in then. Geralt reached for his trousers. Since you've come in by the way of window, this must be important, because if it isn't, I'm going to throw you straight out through it. Dandelion clambered off the sill, knocking down the rest of the onions. He sat down, pulling the high-backed wooden chair closer with his foot. The Witcher gathered Shani's clothes and his own from the floor. He looked abashed and dressed in silence. The medical student, hiding behind him, was struggling with her shirt. The poet watched her insolently, searching in his mind for similes and rhymes for the golden color of her skin in the light of the oil lamp and the curves of her small breasts. What's this about, Dandelion? The Witcher fastened his buckles on his boots. Go on. Pack your bags, he replied dryly. Your departure is imminent. How imminent? Exponentially. Shani, Geralt cleared his throat. Shani told me about the Snoops following you. You lost them, I understand. You don't understand anything. Rience? Worse. In that case, I really don't understand. Wait, the Redenians? Tredegor? Dijkstra? You guessed. That's still no reason. It's reason enough, interrupted Dandelion. They're not concerned about Rience anymore, Geralt. They're after the girl and Yennefer. Dijkstra wants to know where they are. He is going to force you to disclose it to him. Do you understand now? I do now. And so we're fleeing. Does it have to be through the window? Absolutely. Shani, will you manage? The student of medicine smoothed down her robe. It won't be my first window. I was sure of that. The poet scrutinized her intently, counting on seeing a blush worthy of rhyme and metaphor. He miscalculated. Mirth in her hazel eyes and an impudent smile were all he saw. A big gray owl glided down to the sill without a sound. Shani cried out quietly. Geralt reached for his sword. Don't be silly, Philippa, said Dandelion. The owl disappeared, and Philippa Eilhart appeared in its place, squatting archedly. The magician immediately jumped into the room, smoothing down her hair and clothes. Good evening, she said coldly. Introduce me, Dandelion. Geralt of Rivia, Shani of Medicine, and that owl which so craftily flew in my tracks is no owl. This is Philippa Eilhart from the Council of Wizards, at present in King Visimar's service and pride of the Tredegor court. It's a shame we've only got one chair in here. It's quite enough. The enchantress made herself comfortable in the high-backed chair vacated by Dandelion, and cast a smoldering glance over those present, fixing her eyes somewhat longer on Shani. The medical student, to Dandelion's surprise, suddenly blushed. In principle, what I've come about is the sole concern of Geralt of Rivia. Philippa began after a short pause. I'm aware, however, that to ask anybody to leave would be tactless, and so— I can leave, said Shani hesitantly. You can't, muttered Geralt. No one can until the situation's made clear. Isn't that so, my lady? Philippa, to you, smiled the enchantress. Let's throw formalities aside, and no one has to go. No one's presence bothers me, astonishes me, at most, but what to do? Life is an endless train of surprises, as one of my friends says, and our mutual friend says Geralt, or as our mutual friend says, Geralt. You're studying medicine, aren't you, Shani? What year? Third, grunted the girl. Ah, Philippa Eilhart. was looking not at her, but at the Witcher. 17. What a beautiful age. Yennefer would give a lot to be that age again. What do you reckon, Geralt? Because I'll ask her when I get the chance. The Witcher smiled nastily. I've no doubt you'll ask. I've no doubt you'll follow the question with a commentary. I've no doubt it'll amuse you to no end. Now come to the point, please. Quite right, the magician nodded, growing serious. It's high time, and you haven't got much time. Dandelion has, no doubt, already informed you that Dijkstra has suddenly acquired the wish to see and talk to you to establish the location of a certain girl. Dijkstra has orders from King Vizimir in this matter, and so I think he will be very insistent that you reveal this place to him. Of course, thank you for the warning. Only one thing puzzles me a little. You say Dijkstra received instructions from the king. And you didn't receive any? After all, you hold a prominent seat in Vizimir's council. Indeed. The magician was not perturbed by the gibe. I do. I take my responsibilities seriously, and they consist of warning the king against making mistakes. Sometimes, as in this particular instance, I am not allowed to tell the king outright that he is committing a mistake, or to dissuade him from a hasty action. I simply have to render it impossible for him to make a mistake. You understand what I'm saying? The Witcher confirmed with a nod. Dandelion wondered whether he really did understand, because he knew that Philippa was lying through her teeth. So I see, said Geralt slowly, proving that he understood perfectly well, that the Council of Wizards is also interested in my ward. The wizards wish to find out where my ward is, and they want to get to her before Vizimir or anyone else does. Why, Philippa? What is it about my ward? What makes her so very interesting? The magician's eyes narrowed. Don't you know? She hissed. Do you know so little about her? I wouldn't like to draw any hasty conclusions, but such lack of knowledge would indicate that your qualifications as her guardian amount to nothing. In truth, I'm surprised that being so unaware and so lacking in information, you decided to look after her. And not only that, you decided to deny the right to look after her to others, others who have both the qualifications and the right. And on top of that, you ask why. Careful, Geralt, or your arrogance will be the end of you. Watch out, and guard the child, damn it. Guard that girl as though she's the apple of your eye. If you can't do it yourself, ask others to. For a moment, Dandelion thought the Witcher was going to mention the role undertaken by Yennefer. He would not be risking anything, and would flatten Philippa's arguments. But Geralt said nothing. The poet guessed why. Philippa knew everything. Philippa was warning him, and the Witcher understood her warning. He concentrated on observing their eyes and faces, wondering whether by any chance something in the past had tied the two together. Dandelion knew that similar duels of words and allusions, demonstrating a mutual fascination, waged between the Witcher and Enchantress, and often ended in bed, but observation, as usual, gave him nothing. There was only one way to find out whether something had tied the Witcher to anyone. One had to enter through the window at the appropriate moment. To look after someone, the Enchantress continued after a while, means to take upon oneself the responsibility for the safety of a person unable to assure that safety for herself. If you expose your ward, if she comes to any misfortune, the responsibility falls on you, Geralt. Only you. I know. I'm afraid you still know too little. So enlighten me. What makes so many people suddenly want to free me from the burden of that responsibility, want to take on my duties and care for my ward? What does the Council of Wizards want from Ciri? What do Dijkstra and King Vizimir want from her? What do the Temerians want from her? What does a certain Rience, who has already murdered 3 people in Sodden and Temeria, want? Temeria, who were in touch with me and the girl 2 years ago, want from her? Who almost murdered Dandelion trying to extract information about her? Who is this Rience, Philippa? I don't know, said the magician. I don't know who Rience is, but like you, I'd very much like to find out. Does this Rience Shani unexpectedly, have a third-degree burn on his face? If so, then I know who he is, and I know where he is. In the silence which fell, the first drops of rain knocked on the gutter outside the window. What's
I'm
up?
gonna. I'm just gonna say I'm just gonna head on out now. I'm getting taken away, but before you go,
Mm-hmm.
we both can vibe check.
Okay.
I'm stretching and stretching my back. And I'll finish off the last bit of the spicy juice.
Okie dokie.
But thank you for letting me stay here and at least calm down with you.
Yeah, no problem. If you need to do it again, just let me know.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
All right. See
Thank
you
you for
later.
having me. Bye
Mm-hmm.
bye.
Bye. Okay. Let us not commit a mistake, said Vesemir, king of Redania, sliding his ringed fingers through the hair at his temples. We can't afford to make a blunder or mistake now. Those assembled said nothing. Demawend, ruler of Aedern, sprawled in his armchair, stared at the tankard of beer resting on his belly. Foltest, the lord of Temeria, Pontar, Mahakam, and Sodden, and recently senior protector of Brugh, presented his noble profile to everyone by turning his head toward the window. Yeah, it's a neat book. I got the box set, and it was actually a pretty good deal that I got it for too. And it is so out of order. At the opposite side of the table sat Henselt, king of Cadwyn, running his small, piercing eyes, glistening from a face as bearded as a brigand's, over the other participants of the council. I like it. It's cool. I like it a lot. I like the Witcher stuff. Mev, queen of Lyra, toyed pensively with the enormous rubies in her necklace, occasionally twisting her beautiful full lips into an ambiguous grimace. Thanks. Let us not commit a mistake, repeated Vizimir, because a mistake could cost us too much. Let us make use of the experience of others. When our ancestors landed on the beaches 500 years ago, and the elves also hid their heads in the sand, we tore the country away from them piece by piece, and they retreated, thinking all the while that this world would be the last border, that we would encroach no farther. Let us be wiser, because now it is our turn. Now we are the elves. Nilfgaard is at the Yaruga, and I hear, so let them stay here. I hear they won't come any farther, but they will, you see. So I repeat, let us not make the same mistake as the elves. Raindrops knocked against the window panes, and the wind howled eerily. Queen Mev raised her head. She thought she'd heard the croaking of ravens and crows, but it was only the wind and rain. Do not compare us to the elves, said Henselt of Cadwyn. You dishonor us with such comparison. The elves did not know how to fight. They retreated before our ancestors and hid in the mountains and forests. The elves did not treat our ancestors or at Sodden, or to a Sodden, but we showed the Nilfgaardians what it means to pick a quarrel with us. Do not threaten us with Nilfgaard, Vizimir. Don't sow the seeds of propaganda. Nilfgaard, you say, is at Yaruga? I say that Nilfgaard is sitting as quiet as a church mouse beyond the river, because we broke their spine at Sodden. We broke them militarily, and above all, we broke their morale. I don't know whether it is true that Emir von Emrys was, at the time, against aggression on such a scale, that the attack on Sintra was the work of some party hostility to him. I take it that if they had defeated us, he would be applauding and distributing privileges and endowments amongst them. But after Sodden, it suddenly turns out he was against it. and that everything which occurred was due to his marshal's insubordination, and heads fell. The scaffolds flowed with blood. These are certain facts, not rumors. 8 solemn executions, and many more modest ones. Several apparently natural yet mysterious deaths. A good many cases of people suddenly choosing to retire. I tell you, Amir fell into a rage and practically finished off his own commanders. So who will lead their army now? The sergeants? No, not the sergeants, said Demawend of, of Adern coldly. It will be young and gifted officers who have long awaited for such an opportunity to have been trained by Amir for an equally long time, those whom the older marshal stopped from taking command, prevented from being promoted, the young gifted commanders about whom we already hear, those who crushed the uprisings in Metina and Nazaire, who rapidly broke up the rebels in Ebbing, commanders who appreciate the roles of outflanking maneuvers, of far-reaching cavalry raids, and swift infantry marches, and of land operations from the sea. They use the tactics of crushing assaults in specific directions. They use the newest siege techniques instead of relying on the uncertainties of magic. They must not be underestimated. They are itching to cross the Yaruga and prove that they have learned from the mistakes of their old marshals. If they have truly learned anything, Henselt shrugged, they'll not cross the Yaruga. The river estuary on the border between Sintra and Verdun is still controlled by Ervil and his 3 strongholds, Nastrog, Razrog, and Bodrog. They cannot be seized just like that. No new technology is going to help them there. Our flank is defended by Etienne of Sindras's fleet, and thanks to it, we control the shore. And also thanks to the pirates of Skellige, Jarl Krok on Crate, if you remember, didn't sign a truce with Nilfgaard, and regularly bites them, attacking and setting fire to their maritime settlements and forts in the provinces. The Nilfgaardians have nicknamed him Tirth Ismer Tibor. They frighten children with him. Frightening Nilfgaardian children, smiled Vizimir wryly, will not ensure our safety. No, agreed Henselt. Something else will. Without control of the estuary or the shore, and with a flank exposed, Emir var Emrys will be in no position to ensure provisions reach any detachments he might care to send across the Yaruga. What swift marches, what cavalry raids? Ridiculous. The army will come to a standstill within 3 days of crossing the river. Half will lay siege to the stronghold, and the rest will be slowly dispersed to plunder the region in search of fodder and food. And when their famed cavalry have eaten most of its own horses, we'll give them another sodden. Damn it, I'd like them to cross the river. But don't worry, they won't. Let us say, Maeve of Lyra said suddenly, that they do not cross the Yaruga. Let us say that Nilfgaard will simply wait. Now let us consider. Who would want who would that suit? Them or us? Who can let them wait and do nothing, and who can't? Exactly, picked up Vizimir. Maeve, as usual, does not say much, but she hits the nail on the head. Emir has time on his hands, gentlemen, but we don't. Can you see what is happening? 3 years ago, Nilfgaard distributed a small stone on the mountainside, and now they are calmly waiting for an avalanche. They can simply wait while new stones keep pouring down the slope, because, to some, that first stone looked like a boulder, which would be impossible to move. And since it turned out that a mere touch sufficed to set it rolling, others appeared for whom an avalanche would prove convenient. From the Grey Mountains to Bremervord, elven commandos rove the forest. This is no longer a small group of guerrilla fighters. This is war. Just wait, and we'll see the free elves of Dol Blythana rising to fight. And Mahakam, the dwarves are rebelling. The dryads of Brocklin are growing bolder and bolder. This is war. War on a grand scale. Civil war. domestic, on our own. While Nilfgaard waits, whose side do you think time is on? The Scoia'tael commandos have 30 or 40-year-old elves fighting for them, and they live for 300 years. They have time, we don't. The Scoia'tael, admitted Henselt, have become a real thorn in the backside. They're paralyzing my trade and transport, terrorizing the farmers. We've got to put an end to this. If the non-humans want a war, they'll get it, threw in Foltest of Temeria. I have always been an advocate of mutual agreement and coexistence, but if they prefer a test of strength, then we will see who is the stronger. I am ready. I undertake to put an end to the squirrels in Temeria and Sodden within 6 months. Those lands have already run with elven blood once, shed by our ancestors. I consider the bloodletting a tragedy, but I do not see an alternative. The tragedy will be repeated. The elves will have to be pacified. Your army will march against the elves if you give the order, nodded Demawend. But will it march against humans? Against the peasantry from which you muster your infamy? Against the guilds? Against the free towns? Speaking of the Scoia'tael, Vizimir described only one stone in the avalanche. Yes, yes, gentlemen, do not gap at me like that. Word is already going round the villages and towns that on the lands already taken by the Nilfgaard, peasants, farmers, and craftsmen are having an easier life, freer and richer, and that merchants' guilds have more privileges. We are inundated with goods from Nilfgaardian manufactories. In Brugge and Verden, their coin is ousting local currency. If we sit and do nothing, we will be finished, at odds with our neighbors, embroiled with conflict, tangled up and trying to quell rebellions and riots, and slowly subdued by the economic strength of the Nilfgaardians. We will be finished, suffocating in our own stuffy pericyle corner because, understand this, Nilfgaard is cutting off our route to the south, and we will have to develop. We have to be expansive. Otherwise, there won't be enough room here for our grandchildren. Those gathered said nothing. Vizimir of Redenia sighed deeply, grabbed one of the chalices standing on the table, and took a long draught. Rain battered against the windows throughout the prolonged silence, and the wind howled and poured against the shutters. All the worries of which we talk, said Henselt finally, are the work of Nilfgaard. It is Ymir's emissaries who are inciting the non-humans, spreading propaganda, and calling for riots. It is they who are throwing gold around and promising privileges to corporations and guilds, assuring barons and dukes they will receive high positions in the provinces they plan to create in place of our kingdoms. I don't know what it's like in your countries, but in Cadwyn we've been inundated with clerics, preachers, fortune-tellers, and other shitty mystics, all appearing out of the blue, all preaching the end of the world. It's the same in my country, agreed Foltest. Damn it, for so many years there was peace. Ever since my grandfather showed the clerics their place and decimated their ranks, those who remained stuck to useful tasks. They studied books and instilled knowledge in children, treated the sick, took care of the poor, the handicapped, and the homeless. They didn't get mixed up in politics. And now, all of a sudden, they've woken up and are yelling nonsense to the rabble. And the rabble is listening and believes they know, at least, or at last, why their lives are so hard. I put up with it because I'm less impetuous than my grandfather and less sensitive about my royal authority and dignity than he was. What sort of dignity or authority would it be, anyway, if it could be undermined by the squealings of some deranged fanatic? But my patience is coming to an end. Recently, the main topic of preaching has been a savior who will come from the south. From the south! From beyond Yaruga. The white flame, muttered Demawend. White chill will come to be, and after it the white light. And then the world will be reborn through the white flame and the white queen. I heard it too. It's a travesty of a prophecy, and Ithleen, Evanine, the elven seeress. I gave orders to catch one cleric who was going on about it in Vegaberg marketplace, and the torturer asked him politely and at length how much gold the prophet had received from Emir for doing it. But the preacher only prattled on about the white flame and the white queen, the same thing to the very end. Careful, Demowend, grimaced Vesemir. Don't make any martyrs. That's exactly what Emir is after. Catch all the Nilfgaardian agents you please, but do not lay hands on clerics. The consequences are too unpredictable. They are still held in regard and have an important influence on people. We have too much trouble with the squirrels to risk riots in our towns and war against our peasants. Holy fuck. Sorry, Sagral's games just became available because we share a library on Steam, and I just got the alert. Yay, you can play the games now. Damn it, snorted Foltest. Let's not do this. Let's not risk that. We mustn't this. We mustn't that. Have we gathered here to talk about all we can't do? Is that why you dragged us all here to Hague, Demowend? To cry our hearts out and bemoan our weaknesses and helplessness? Let us find let us finally do something. Something must be done. What is happening has to be stopped. I've been saying that from the start. Vizimir pulled himself up. I propose action. What sort of action? What can we do? Silence fell again. The wind blustered. The shutters banged against the castle wall. Why, said Mev suddenly, are you all looking at me? We're admiring your beauty, Henselt mumbled from the depths of his tankard. That too, seconded Vizimir. Mev, we all know you can find a solution to everything. You have a woman's intuition. You're a wise Stop flattering me. The Queen of Lyra clasped her hands in her lap and fixed her gaze on the darkened tapestries with their depictions of hunting scenes. Hounds extended in a leap, were turning their muzzles up toward the flanks of a fleeting white unicorn. I've never seen a live unicorn, thought Mev. Never. And I probably never will. The situation in which we find ourselves, she said after a while, tearing her eyes away from the tapestry, reminds me of long winter evenings in Rivian Castle. Something always hung in the air. My husband would be contemplating how to get his hands on yet another maid of honor. The marshal would be working out how to start a war which would make him famous. The wizard would imagine he was king. The servants wouldn't feel like serving. The jester would be sad, gloomy, and excruciatingly dull. The dogs would howl with melancholy, and the cats sleep carelessly of any mice that might be scuttling around on the table. Everybody was waiting for something. Everyone was scowling at me. And then I showed them. I showed them all that I was capable of, in a way that made the very walls shake and the local grizzly bears wake from their winter lairs, and any silly thoughts disappeared from their heads in a trice. Suddenly everyone knew who ruled. No one uttered a word. The wind howled a little louder. The guards on the buttresses outside hailed each other casually. The patter of the drops on the panes in the lead window frames grew to a frenzied staccato. Nilfgaard is watching and waiting, continued Mev slowly, toying with her necklace. Nilfgaard is observing us. Something is hanging in the air. Silly thoughts are springing up in many heads. So let us show them what we are capable of. Let us show them who is really king here. Let us shake the walls of this great castle plunging into winter torpor. Eradicate the squirrels, said Henselt quickly. Start a huge joint military operation. Treat the non-humans to a bloodbath. Let the Pontar, Gwenlek, and Bruina flow with elven blood from source to estuary. Send a penal expedition to smother the free elves of Dol Blathana, added Demoen, frowning. March an interventiary force to Mahakam. Allow Ervil of Verdun a chance, at last, to get at the Dryads of Brocklin. Yes, a bloodbath. Any survivors? Set the reservations. Set Kraka crate at the Nilfgaardian shores. Picked up Vizimir. Support him with Ethian of Sidaris's fleet. Let them go ravaging from the Yaruga to Ebbing. A show of strength. Not enough, Foltest shook his head. All of that is still not enough. We need... I know what we need. So tell us. Sintra. What? To take Sintra back from the Nilfgaardians. Let us cross the Yaruga. Be the first to attack. Now, while they don't expect it, let us throw them out. Back beyond the Marnadal. How? We've just said that it's impossible for any army to cross the Yaruga. Impossible for Nilfgaard, but we control the river. We hold the estuary in our grasp. And the supply routes. And our flank is protected by Skellige, Sidaris, and the strongholds in Verdun. For Nilfgaard, getting 40 or 50,000 men across the river is a considerable effort. We can get far more across to the left bank. Don't gape, Vizimir. You wanted something to put an end to the waiting? Something spectacular? Something which will make us true kings again? That something is Sintra. Sintra will bind us and our rule together because Sintra is a symbol. Remember Sodden? If it were not for the massacre of that town and Calente's martyrdom, there would not have been such a victory then. The forces were equal. No one counted on our crushing them like that. But our armies threw themselves on their throats like wolves, like rabid dogs, to avenge the lioness of Sintra. And there were those whose fury are not quelled by the blood spilt on the field of Sodden. Remember Krakon Crate, the wild boar of the sea? That is true, nodded Demowind. Krak swore bloody vengeance on Nilfgaard. For Iced Turinsarch, killed at Marnadal, and for Calente, we were to strike at the left bank. Krak would back us up with all the strength of Skellige. By the gods, this has a chance at success. I back Foltest. Let us not wait. Let us strike first. Let us liberate Sintra and chase those son of bitches beyond the Amel Pass. Slow down, said Henselt. Don't be in such a hurry to tug the lion's whiskers, because this lion is not dead yet. This is for starters. Or that is for starters. Secondly, if we are the first to strike, we will put ourselves in the position of aggressors. We will be breaking the truce to which we all put our seals. We will not be backed by Nadamir and his league. We will not be backed by Asterad Thysian. I don't know if Ethian of Sidaris will react. An aggressive war will also be opposed by our guilds, merchants, nobles, and above all, the wizards. Do not forget the wizards. The wizards won't back an assault on the left bank, confirmed Vizimir. The peace agreement was on the work of Vilgefortz of Roggeveen. It is well known that his plan was for the armistice to gradually turn into permanent peace. Vilgefortz will not back a war, and the chapter, believe me, will do whatever Vilgefortz wishes. After Sodden, he has become the most important person in the chapter. Let alone magicians, or let other magicians say what they will. Vilgefortz plays the first fiddle here. Vilgefortz, brittled Foltest. He has grown too large for us, that magician. Taking into account Vilgefortz's and the chapter's plans which I am not acquainted with anyway, and which I do not understand at that, is beginning to annoy me. But there is a way around that, too, gentlemen. What if it were Nilfgaard who was the aggressor? At Dol Angra, for example, against Idern and Lyra. We could arrange that somehow. Could stage some tiny provocation, a border incident caused by them. An attack on a border fort, let us say. We will, of course, be prepared. We will react decisively and forcefully, with everybody's full acceptance, including that of Vilgefortz and the entire chapter of wizards. And when Emir var Emrys turns his eyes from Sodden to Transriver, Sodden and Transriver, and Cintrians will demand their country back. All those emigrants and refugees who are gathering themselves at Brugge under Vesingerd's leadership, nearly 8,000 of them are armed. Could there be a better spearhead? They live in the hope of regaining the country they were forced to flee. They are burning to fight. They are ready to strike the left bank. They await only the battle cry. The battle cry, bore out Mev, and the promise that we will back them up, because Emir can command 8,000 men at his border garrison, and that strength he won't even have to send for relief troops. Vesingerd knows this very well and won't move until he has the assurance that your armies, Foltest, reinforced by Redanian corps, will disembark on the left bank at his heels. But above all, Visengard is waiting for the lion cub of Sintra. Apparently, the queen's granddaughter survived the slaughter. Allegedly, she was seen amongst the refugees, but the child mysteriously disappeared. The emigrants persist in their search for her, because they need someone of royal blood to sit on their regained throne, someone of Calente's blood. Nonsense, said Foltest coldly. More than 2 years have passed. If the child has not been found by now, she's dead. We can forget the myth. Calenthe is no more, and there is no lion cub, no royal blood to whom the throne belongs. Cintra will never again be what it was during the lioness's lifetime. Obviously, we cannot say that to Visengard's emigrants. So you're going to send Cintrian guerrillas to their deaths? Mev narrowed her eyes. In the line of attack, not telling them that Cintra can only be reborn as a small vassal country under your protectorship? Are you proposing, to all of us, an attack on Cintra for your own gain? You have suborned Sodden and Brugge for yourself, are sharpening your teeth on Verdun, and now you have caught a whiff of Cintra? Is that right? Admit it, Foltest, snapped Henselt. Is Mev right? Is that why you're inciting us to this affair? Come on, leave it. The ruler of Temeria frowned his noble brow and bristled angrily. Don't make me out to be some conqueror dreaming of an empire. What are you talking about? Sodden and Brugge? Eckhard, Eckhard of Sodden was my mother's half-brother. Are you surprised that following his death, the Free States brought the crown to me, his relative? Blood, not water. And yes, Wenslav of Brugge paid me homage as a vassal, but without coercion. He did it to protect his country because, on a fine day, he can see Nilfgaardian lances flashing on the left bank of the Yaruga. And we're talking about the left bank, drawled out the Queen of Lyra. The bank we are to strike. And the bank is Cintra, destroyed, burnt out, ruined, decimated, and occupied. But still Cintra. The Cintrans won't bring you their crown, Foltest, nor will they pay you homage. Cintra will not agree to be a vassal state. Blood, not water. Cintra, when we liberate it, should become our joint protectorate, said Demawend of Aedern. Cintra is at the mouth of the Yaruga, in too important a strategic position to allow ourselves to lose control over it. It has to be a free country, objected Vizimir. Free, independent, and strong. A country which will be an iron gateway, a bulwark, to the north, and not a strip of burned ground over which the Nilfgaardian cavalry will be able to gather speed. Is it possible to rebuild such a Cintra without Calenthe? Don't get all worked up, Foltest, pouted Mev. I've already told you, the Cintrians will never accept a protectorate or foreign blood on their throne. If you try to force yourself on them as their lord, the tables will be turned. Visengard will again prepare his troops for battle, and this time under Emir's wings. And one day those detachments are going to assail us in the vanguard of a Nilfgaardian onslaught, as the spear point, as you just vividly described it. Foltest knows that, snorted Vizimir. That's why he's searching so hard for this lion cub, for Calente's daughter. Don't you understand? Blood, not water. The crown through marriage. It's enough for him to find the girl and force her to marry. Are you out of your mind? Choked out the king of Temeria. The lion cub is dead. I'm not looking for the girl at all. But if I were, it has not even occurred to me to force her to do such a thing. You would not have to force her, interrupted Mev, smiling charmingly. You are still a strapping, handsome man, cousin, and Calente's blood runs through the lion cub. Very hot blood. I knew Calais when she was young. When she was a fellow When she saw a fellow she liked, she leapt up and down so fast that if you put dry twigs beneath her feet, they would have caught real fire. Her daughter, Pavetta, the lion cub's mother, was exactly the same. So, no doubt, the lion cub has not fallen far from the apple tree. A bit of effort, Foltest, and the girl would not be long in resisting. That is what you are counting on. Admit it. Of course he's counting on it, chuckled Demowend. Our king has thought up a cunning little plan for himself. We assail the left bank, and before we realize it, our Foltest will have found the girl, won her heart, and have a young wife whom he will place on the throne of Cintra, while her people cry for joy and pee in their knickers for happiness. For they will have their queen, blood of the blood and flesh of Calanthe. They will have a queen, albeit one who comes with a king, King Foltest. What rubbish, yelled Foltest, turning red, then white in turn. Who's got into you? There's no grain of sense in your prattling. There's a lot of sense, said Vizimir dryly, because I know someone is searching for the child very earnestly. Who, Foltest? It's obvious. Vizingard and the Cintrans. No, it's not them. At least, not just them. Someone else is too. Someone who is leaving a trail of corpses behind them. Someone who does not shrink from blackmail, bribery, or torture. While we are on the subject, is a gentleman by the name of Rience in any of your services? Ah, I see from your expressions that either he isn't, or you won't admit it, which comes to the same thing. I repeat, we are searching for Calente's daughter, or they're searching for Calente's daughter, and searching in a way as to make you think twice about their intentions. Who is looking for her, I ask? Hell! Foltest thumped his fist on the table. It's not me. It never occurred to me to marry some child for some throne. After all, you have been secretly sleeping with the Baroness La Valente for the past 4 years. Mev smiled again. You love each other like two turtle doves, and just wait for the old Baron to finally kick the bucket. What are you staring at? We all know about it. What do you think we pay our spies for? But for the throne of Cintra, cousin, may a king, many a king would be prepared to sacrifice his personal happiness. Hold on, Henselt scratched his beard with a rasp. Many a king, you say? Then leave Foltest in peace for a moment. There are others. In her time, Calente wanted to give her granddaughter's hand to Ervil of Verdun's son. Ervil, too, might have caught a whiff of Cintra, and not just him. Muttered Vizimir. True, Ervil has 3 sons. And what about those present here, who also have male descendants? Mev, are you not, by any chance, pulling wool over our eyes? You can count me out, the Queen of Lyra smiled even more charmingly. It is true, 2 of my offspring are roaming the world, the fruits of delightful abandon, if they have not been brought to the gallows yet. I doubt that either of them would suddenly desire to be king. They were neither predisposed or inclined that way. Both were even stupider than their father, may he rest in peace. Whoever knew my deceased husband will understand what I mean. That's a fact, agreed the king of Redania. I knew him. Are your sons really more stupid? Damn it, I thought it wasn't possible to get any more stupid. Forgive me, Mev. It's nothing, Vesemir. Who else has sons? You do, Henselt. My son is married. And what is poison for? For the throne of Cintra. As someone here so wisely said, many would sacrifice their personal happiness. Would it be worth it? I will not permit such insinuations. And leave them alone. Others have sons too. Nidamir of Hagfors has two, and is a widower himself. And he isn't old. And don't forget Estrad Thessian of Kovir. I would I would count those out. Vizimir shook his head. The Hengfors League and Kovir are planning a dynastic union with each other. They are not interested in Sintra or the south. But Ervil of Verdun, it's not so far from him. There is someone else who is just as near, remarked Demowend suddenly. Who? Emir von Emrys. He is not married, and he is younger than you, Foltest. Bloody hell, the King of Verdunia frowned. If that were true, Emir would bugger us without grease. It's obvious that the people of nobility of Sintra would follow Calente's blood. Imagine what would happen if Emir were to get his hands on the lion cub. Damn it, that's all we need. Queen of Sintra and Empress of Nilfgaard. Empress, snorted Henselt. You exaggerate, Vesemir. What does Emir need the girl for? What does hell er what the hell does he need to get married for? The throne of Sintra? Emir already has Sintra. He conquered the country and made it a province of Nilfgaard. He's got his whole butt on the throne and still has enough room to wiggle about. Firstly, noted Foltest, Emir grips Sintra by law, or rather by an aggressor's lawfulness. If he had the girl and married her, he could rule legally. You understand? Nilfgaard bound in marriage to Calente's blood is no longer Nilfgaard the invader, at which the entire north bares its teeth. It is Nilfgaard the neighbor, whom one has to take into account. How would you want to force such a Nilfgaard beyond Marnadal, beyond the Amel Pass? Attacking a kingdom whose throne is legally occupied by the lion cub, granddaughter to the lioness of Sintra? Pox. I don't know who's looking for that child. I'm not looking for her, but I declare that now I'm going to start to. I believe the girl is dead, but we can't take the risk. It looks as if she is too important. If she survived, then we must find her. And shall we decide who she will marry when we find her? Henselt grimaced. Such matters should be not left to chance. We could, for that matter, hand her over to Vezengard's guerrillas as a battle standard, tied to a long pole. They could carry her before the front line as they attack the left bank. But if the captured Sintra is to be useful to us all, surely you see what I mean. If we attack Nilfgaard and retrieve Sintra, the lion cub can be put on the throne. But the lion cub can have only one husband. Who would look after our interests in the mouth of the Uruga? Who of those present is going to volunteer? Not me, joked Mev. I waive the privilege. I wouldn't exclude those who aren't present here, said Demowend seriously. Neither Ervil nor Nidamir, nor the Thessians. And bear in mind that Vezengard could surprise you and put the standard attached to a long pole to unexpected use. You've heard about morgantic marriages. Vezengard is old and ugly as a cow's dung, but with enough decoctions of absinthe and demena down her throat, the lion cub might unexpectedly fall in love with him. Is King Vezengard included in our plans? No, muttered Foltest. Not in mine. Vesemir hesitated. Nor in mine. Vezengard is a tool, not a partner. That's the role he is to play in our plans for attacking Nilfgaard. That and no other. Besides, if the one who is so earnestly seeking the lion cub is indeed Emir von Emrys, we cannot take the risk. Absolutely not, seconded Foltest. The lion cub cannot fall into Emir's hands. She cannot fall into anybody's. Into the wrong hands. Alive. Infanticide? Maeve grimaced. An ugly solution, my kings. Unworthy, and surely unnecessarily drastic. First of all, let us find the girl, because if we don't have her, or because we still don't have her, and when we found her, give her to me. I'll keep her in some castle in the mountains for a couple of years, and marry her off to one of my knights. When you see her again, she will already have 2 children and a belly out here, leading to, if I count correctly, at least 3 future eventual pretenders and usurpers. Vizimir nodded. No, Mev. It is ugly, indeed, but the lion cub, if she has survived, must now die, for reasons of state, gentlemen. The rain hammered against the windows. The gale howled among the towers of Heg Castle. The kings grew silent. Vizimir, Foltest, Demawend, Henslet, and Mev, repeated the marshal. They met in a secret council in Heg Castle on the Pontar. They conferred in privacy. How symbolic, said the slender, black-haired man wearing an elk tunic marked with the imprints of armor and rust stains, without looking round. After all, it was at Heg, not 40 years ago, that Verforil defeated Mendel's armies, strengthened his control over the Pontar Valley, and established today's borders between Erdern and Temeria. And today, Demawend, Verforil's son, invites Foltest, Mendel's son, to Hague, summoning Vizimir of Tredegor, Henselt of Ard Carrig, and the merry widow Mev of Lyra to complete the set. They are meeting now and holding council in secrecy. Can you guess what they are discussing, Cohorn? I can, the marshal replied succulently. He did not say a word more. He knew that the man with his back turned hated anyone to display any eloquence or comment on obvious facts in his presence. They did not invite Ethan of Sidaris. The man in the elk tunic turned away from the shadow, clasping his hands behind his back, and strolled slowly from the window to the table and then back again. Nor Ervil of Verdun. They did not invite Esterad, Thysian, nor Nidamer, which means they are either very sure of themselves or very unsure. They did not invite anyone from the chapter of wizards, which is interesting and significant. Cohorn, try to see to it that the wizards learn of this council. Let them know that their monarchs do not treat them as equals. It seems to me that the wizards of the chapter have had some doubts in this respect. Disperse them. It's an order. Any news from Rience? None. The man paused at the window and stood there for a long while gazing at the hills drenched in rain. Cohorn waited, restlessly clenching and unclenching his fist around the pommel of his sword. He was afraid he would be forced to listen to a long monologue. His monologues a conversation, and viewed conversation as a privilege and proof of trust. He knew this, but still didn't like listening to the monologues. How do you find the country, Governor? Have you grown to like your new province? He shuddered, taken unawares. He did not expect the question, but he did not ponder the answer for long. Insincerity and indecisiveness could cost him a great deal. No, Your Highness, I haven't. That country is so gloomy. It was different once, the man replied without looking round. And it will be different again, you'll see. You will see a beautiful, happy Sintra, Cohorn. I promise you. But don't be saddened. I shan't keep you here long. Someone else will take over the governorship of the province. I'll be needing you in Dol Angra. You'll leave immediately once the rebellion is quashed. I need someone responsible in Dol Angra, someone who will not allow himself to be provoked. The merry widow of Lyra or Demawend will want to provoke us. You'll take the young officers in hand. Cool their hot heads. You will let yourselves be provoked only when I give the order. No sooner. Yes, sir. The clatter of arms and spurs and the sound of raised voices came from the antechamber. Someone knocked on the door. The man in the elk tunic turned away from the window and nodded his head in consent. The marshal bowed a little and left. The man returned to the table, sat down, and lowered his head over some maps. He studied them for a long time, then finally rested his brow on his interlocked hands. The enormous diamond in his ring sparkled in the candlelight as if 1,000 flames. Sorry, I had to blow my nose. Yee.
Whenever you're ready, I am able to take over.
Cool, I got a bit. Your Highness, the door squeaked faintly. The man did not change his position, but the Marshal noticed that his hand twitched. He spotted it by the flash of the diamond. He closed the door carefully and quietly behind him. News, Cohorn? From Rience, maybe? No, Your Highness, but good news. The rebellion in the province has been quelled. We have broken up the rebels. Only a few managed to escape to Verdun. And we've caught their leader, Duke Windhelm of Antwer. Good, said the man after a while, still not raising his head from his hands. Windhelm of Antwer. Order him to be beheaded. No, not beheaded. Executed in some other way. Spectacularly, lengthily, and cruelly. And publicly, it goes without saying. A terrifying example is necessary. Something that will frighten others. Only please, Cohorn, spare me the details. You don't have to bother with a vivid description in your report. I take no pleasure from it. The Marshal nodded, then swallowed hard. He, too, found no pleasure in it. No pleasure whatsoever. He intended to leave the preparation and performance of the execution to the specialists, and he did not have the least intention of asking those specialists for details. And above all, he did not intend to be there. You will be present at the execution. The man raised his head, picked a letter up from the table, and broke the seal. Officially, as the governor of the province of Sintra. You will stand in for me. I don't intend to watch it. That's an order, Cohorn. Yes, sir. The Marshal did not even try to hide his embarrassment and discomfort. The man who had given the order did not allow anything to be kept from him, and rarely did anyone succeed in doing so. The man glanced at the open letter, and almost immediately threw it into the fire, into the hearth. Cohorn? Yes, Your Highness. I am not going to wait for Rience's report. Set the magicians to work, and have them prepare the telecommunication link with their point of contact in Redania. Let them pass on my verbal orders, which must immediately be sent to Rience. The order is to run as follows. Rience is to stop pussyfooting around, and to stop playing with the Witcher, else it could end badly. No one toys with the Witcher. I know him, Cohorn. He is too clever to lead Rience to the trail. I repeat, Rience is to organize the assassination immediately, and to take the Witcher out of the game at once. He is to kill him, and then disappear. Bide his time, and await my orders. If he comes across the Enchantress's trail before that, he is to leave her alone. Not a hair on Yennefer's head is to be harmed. Have you remembered that, Cohorn? Yes, sir. The communique is to be coded and firmly secured against any magical deciphering. Forewarn the wizards about this. If they bungle it, if any undesirables learn of my order, I will hold them responsible. Yes, sir. The Marshal hawked and pulled himself up straight. What else, Cohorn? The Count. He is here already, Your Highness. He came at your command. Already? He smiled. Such speed is worthy of admiration. I hope he didn't exhaust the black horse of everyone envies so much. Have him come in. I am to be present during the am I to be present for the conversation, Your Highness? Of course, Governor of Sintra. Summoned from the antechambers, the knight entered the chamber with his energetic, strong, and noisy stride, his black armor grating. He stopped short, drew himself up proudly, threw his wet, muddy black cloak back from his shoulder, and laid his head on the hilt of his mighty sword. He leaned his black helmet, adorned with wings of a bird of prey, on his hip. Cohorn looked at the knight's face. He saw there were hard pride of a warrior and impudence. He did not see any of the things that should have been visible in the face of one who had spent the past 2 years incarcerated in a place from which, as everything had indicated, he would only leave for the scaffold. A faint smile touched the marshal's lips. He knew that the disdain for death and crazy courage of youngsters stemmed from a lack of imagination. He knew that perfectly well. He had once been such a youngster himself. The man sitting at the table rested his chin on his interlaced fingers and looked at the knight intently. The youngster pulled himself up taut as a string. In order for everything to be perfectly clear, the man behind the table addressed him, you should understand that the mistake you made in this town 2 years ago has not been forgiven. You are getting one more chance. You are getting one more order. My decision as to your ultimate fate depends on the way in which you carry it out. The young knight's face did not twitch, nor did a single feather or on the wings adorning the helmet at his hip. I never deceive anyone. I never give anyone false illusions, continued the man. So let it be known that, naturally, the prospect of saving your neck from the executioner's axe exists only if you do not make a mistake this time. Your chances of a full pardon are small. Your chances of my forgiving and forgetting are non-existent. The young knight in the black armor did not flinch this time either, but Cohorn detected a flash in his eyes. He doesn't believe him, he thought. He doesn't believe him, and is deluding himself. He is making a great mistake. I command your full attention, continued the man behind the table. Yours too, Cohorn, because the orders I am about to give concern you too. They come in a moment, for I am to give some thought to their substance and delivery. Marshal Menno Cohorn, governor of the province of Sintra and future commander-in-chief of the Dol Angra army, lifted his head and stood to attention, his hand on the pommel of his sword. The same attitude was assumed by the knight in black armor with the bird of prey winged helmet. They both waited, in silence, patiently, the way one would wait for orders, the substance and presentation of which were being pondered by the Emperor of Nilfgaard, Emir von Emrys, Daethwin Adan in Carn et Morvod, the white flame dancing on the grave mounds of enemies. Ciri woke. She was lying, or rather half sitting, with her head resting high on several pillows. The compresses on her forehead had grown warm and only slightly damp. She threw them off, unable to bear their unpleasant weight and their stinging against her skin. She found it hard to breathe. Her throat was dry, and her nose almost completely blocked from the clots of blood. But the elixirs and spells had worked. The pain which had exploded within her skull, dimmed her sight a few hours ago, had disappeared and given way to a dull throbbing and a sensation of pressure on her temples. Carefully, she touched her nose with the back of her hand. It was no longer bleeding. What a strange dream I had, she thought. The first dream for many days. The first where I wasn't afraid. The first which wasn't about me. I was an observer. I saw everything as if from above, from high up, as if I were a bird, a night bird. A dream in which I saw Geralt. In the dream it was night, and the rain, which furrowed the surface of the canal, spattered on the shingle roofs and thatches of sheds, glistened on the planks of footbridges and the decks of boats and barges. And Geralt was there, not alone. There was a man with him, in a funny hat with a feather, limp from the damp, and a slim girl in a green cloak with a hood. All three were walking slowly and carefully along a wet footbridge, and I saw them from above, as if I were a bird, a night bird. Geralt had stopped short. Is it still far? He asked. No, the slim girl had answered, shaking the water off her green cloak. We're almost there. Hey, Dandelion, don't lag behind or you'll get lost in these cul-de-sacs. And where the hell is Philippa? I saw her a moment ago. She was flying alongside the canal. What foul weather. Let's go. Lead on, Shani. And between you and me, where do you know this charlatan from? What have you got to do with him? I sometimes sell him medicaments looted from the college workshop. What are you staring at me like that for? My stepfather can barely pay for my tuition. I sometimes need a little money. And the charlatan, having real medicaments, treats people. Or at least he doesn't poison them. Well, let's get going. Strange dream, thought Siri. Shame I woke up. I'd like to have seen what was going to happen. I'd like to know what they were doing there, where they were going. From the chamber next door came the sound of voices, the voices which had woken her. Mother Naneke was speaking quickly, clearly worked up, agitated and angry. You betrayed my trust, she was saying. I shouldn't have allowed it. I might have guessed that your dislike of her would lead to disaster. I shouldn't have allowed you to, because, after all, I know you. You're ruthless, you're cruel, and to make matters worse, it turns out you're also irresponsible and careless. You're torturing that child mercilessly, forcing her to try things she can't possibly do. You've no heart. You really have no heart, Yennefer. Ciri pricked up her ears, wanting to hear the enchantress's reply, her cold, hard, and melodious voice, wanting to hear how she reacted, how she sneered at the high priestess, how she ridiculed her overprotectiveness. She wanted to hear her say what she usually said, that using magic is no joke, that it's not an occupation for young ladies made of porcelain, for dolls blown from thin glass. But Yennefer answered quietly, so quietly that the girl could neither understand nor even make out the individual words. I'd fall asleep, she thought, carefully and delicately feeling her nose, which was still tender, painful, and blocked with clotted blood. I'll go back to my dream. I'll see what Geralt is doing down there, in the night, in the rain, by the canal. Yennefer was holding her by the hand. They were both walking down a long, dark corridor, between stone columns or, perhaps, statues. Ciri could not make out their form in the thick darkness, but there was someone there, in the darkness, someone hiding and observing them as they walked. She heard whispers, quiet as the rustle of the wind. Yennefer was holding her by the hand, walking briskly and reassuredly, full of decisiveness, so much so that Ciri could barely keep up with her. Doors opened for them in succession, one after another. An infinite number of doors, with gigantic, heavy leaves, opened up before them noiselessly. The darkness thickened. Ciri saw yet another great door in front of her. Yennefer did not slow her stride, but Ciri suddenly knew that this door would not open of its own accord, and she suddenly had an overwhelming certainty that this door must not be opened, that she must not go through it, that behind this door something was waiting for her. She stopped short, tried to pull away, but Yennefer's hand was strong and unyielding and unrelentingly dragging her forward, and Ciri finally understood that she had been betrayed, deceived, sold out, that, ever since the first meeting, from the very beginning, from the first day, she had been no more than a marionette, a puppet on a string. She tugged harder, tore herself away from that grip. The darkness undulated like smoke, and the whispering in the dark all of a sudden died away. The magician took a step forward, stopped, turned around, and looked at her. If you're afraid, turn back. That door mustn't be opened, you know that. I do, but you're still leading me there. If you're afraid, turn back. You still have time to turn back. It's not too late. And you? For me, it is. Ciri looked around. Despite the omnipresent darkness, she saw the door which they had passed through, and a long, distant vista. Therefore, from the distance, from the darkness, she heard the clatter of hooves, the grating of black armor, and the flutter of the wings of a bird of prey, and the voice, that quiet voice boring into her skull. You have made a mistake. You mistook the stars reflected in the surface of the lake at night for the heavens. She woke and lifted her head abruptly, displacing the compress fresh, because it was still cool and wet. She was drenched in sweat. The dull pain was ringing and throbbing in her temples again. Yennefer was sitting beside on the bed. Her head was turned away so that Ciri could not see her face. She only saw the tempests of black hair. I had a dream, whispered Ciri. In the dream. I know, the magician said in a strange voice not her own. That's why I'm here. I'm beside you. Beyond the window, in the darkness, the rain rustled in the leaves of the trees. Damn it, snarled Dandelion, shaking water from the brim of his hat, soggy from the rain. It's a veritable fortress, not a house. What's this fraud frightened of, fortifying himself like that? Boats and barges moored to the bank rocked lazily on the water, furrowed by the rain, bumping against each other, creaking and rattling in their chains. It's the port, explained Shani. There's no shortage of thugs and scum, both local and just passing through. Quite a few people visit Mirmam, bringing money. Everybody knows that, and he lives alone, so he's secured himself. Are you surprised? Not in the least. Geralt looked at the mansion, built on stakes dug into the bottom of the canal some 10 yards from the shore. I'm trying to work out how to get to that islet, to the waterside cottage. We'll probably have to borrow one of those boats on the quiet. No need, said the student of medicine. There's a drawbridge. And how are you going to persuade the charlatan to lower it? Besides, there's also the door, and we didn't bring a battering ram with us. Leave it to me. An enormous gray owl landed soundlessly on the deck's railing, fluttering its wings, ruffled its feathers, and turned into Philippa Eilhart, equally ruffled and wet. What am I doing here? The magician mumbled angrily. What am I doing here with you, damn it? Balancing on a wet bar, and on the edge of betraying the state. If Dijkstra finds out I was helping you. And on top of it all, this endless drizzle. I hate flying in the rain. Is this it? Is this Miraman's house? Yes, confirmed Geralt. Listen, Shani. We'll try. They bunched together and started whispering, concealed in the dark under the eaves of the hut's reed roof. A strip of light fell on the water from the tavern on the opposite side of the canal. Singing, laughter, and yelling resounded. 3 bargemen rolled out onto the shore. 2 were arguing, tugging, and shoving each other, and repeatedly swearing the same curses to the point of boredom. The third, leaning against a stake, was peering into the canal and whistling. He was out of tune. Dong, metallically reverberated the iron sheet tied by a strap to the pole of the deck. Dong. The charlatan Merriman opened a tiny window and peeked out. The lantern in his hand only blinded him, so he set it aside. Who the devil is ringing at this time of night? He bawled furiously. Whack yourselves in the empty head of yours, you shit, you lame dick, when you get the urge to knock. Get out. Get lost, you old soaks, right now. I've got my crossbow at the ready here. Does every one of you want 6 inches of crossbolt in your arse? Master Merriman, it's me, Shani. Eh? The charlatan leaned out further. Miss Shani? Now in the night? How come? Lower the bridge, Master Merriman. I've brought you what you asked for. Right now, in the dark? Couldn't you do it during the day, miss? Too many eyes here during the day. A slim outline in a green cloak loomed on the deck. If word gets out about what I'm bringing you, they'll throw me out of the academy. Lower the bridge. I'm not going to stand in the rain. I'm soaked. You're not alone, miss, the charlatan noted suspiciously. You usually come alone. Who's there with you? A friend, a student like me. Was I supposed to come alone at night? To this forsaken neighborhood of yours? What, you think I don't value my maidenhood or something? Let me in, damn it. Muttering under his breath, Merriman released the stopper on the winch, and the bridge creaked down, hitting the planks of the deck. The old fraud minced to the door and pulled back the bolts and locks. Without using his crossbow Without putting his crossbow aside, he carefully peered out. He didn't notice the fist clad in a black silver-studded glove as it flew toward the side of his head. But although the night was dark, the moon was new, and the sky overcast, he suddenly saw 10,000 dazzling bright stars. Toblach Michelet drew the whetstone over the blade of his sword once more, looking totally engrossed in its activity. So we're to kill one man for you? He set the stone aside, wiped the blade with a piece of greased rabbit skin, and closely examined the blade. An ordinary fellow who walks around the streets of Oxenfurt by himself, without a guard, an escort, or bodyguards? Doesn't even have any knaves hanging about? We won't have to clamber into any castles, town halls, mansion houses, or garrisons to get at him? Is that right, Honorable Rience? Have I understood you correctly? The man with a face disfigured by a burn nodded, narrowing his moist eyes with their unpleasant expression a little. On top of that, Toblach continued, after killing this fellow, we won't be forced to remain hidden somewhere for the next 6 months because no one is going to chase or follow us. No one is going to set a posse or reward seekers on us. We won't get drawn into any blood feuds or vendettas. In other words, Master Rance, we're to finish off an ordinary common fool of no importance to you. The man with the scar did not reply. Toblach looked at his brothers sitting motionless and stiff on the bench. Rizzi, Flavius, and Lodovico, as usual, said nothing. In the team they formed, it was they who killed, Toblach who talked, because only Toblach had attended the temple school. He was as efficient at killing as his brothers, but he could also read and write, and talk. And in order to kill such an ordinary dunce, Master Rience, you're hiring not just any old thug from the port, but us, the Michelet brothers, for 100 Novigrad crowns. That is your usual rate, drawled the man with the scar. Correct? Incorrect, contradicted Toblach coldly, because we're not for the killing of ordinary fools. But if we do, Master Rience, this fool you want to see made a corpse is going to cost you 200. 200 untrimmed, shining crowns with the stamp of the Novigrad Mint on them. Do you know why? Because there's a catch here, honorable sir. You don't have to tell us what it is. We can manage without that. But you'll pay for it. 200, I say. You shake on the price, and you can consider that no friend of yours dead. You don't want to agree, then find someone else for the job. Silence fell in the cellar, reeking of mustiness and soured wine. A cockroach, briskly moving its limbs, scudded along the dirt floor. Flavius Michelet, moving his legs in a flash, flattened it with a crunch, hardly changing his position, and not changing his expression in the least. Agreed, said Rience. You get 200. Let's go. Toblach Michelet, professional killer from the age of 14, did not betray his surprise with so much as a flicker of an eyelid. He had not counted on being able to bargain for more than 120, 150 at the most. Suddenly he was sure he had named too low a price for the snag hidden in his latest job. Charlatan Marmon came to the floor of his own room. He was lying on his back, trussed up like a sheep. The back of his head was excruciatingly painful, and he recalled that, in falling, he had thumped his head on the door frame. The temple where he had been struck also hurt. He could not move because his chest was being heavily and mercilessly crushed by a high boot fastened with buckles. The old fraud, squinting and wrinkling up his face, looked up. The boot belonged to a tall man with hair as white as milk. Merriman could not see his face. It was hidden in a darkness not dispersed by the lantern standing on the table. Spare my life, he groaned. Spare me, I swear by the gods. I'll hand you my money. Hand you everything. I'll show you where it's hidden. Where's Rience, Merriman? The charlatan shook at the sound of the voice. He was not a fearful man. There were not many things in which he was afraid. but the voice of the white-haired man contained them all, and a few others in addition. With a superhuman effort of the will, he overcame the fear crawling in his viscera like some foul insect. Huh? He feinted astonishment. What? Who? What did you say? The man bent over and Merriman saw his face. He saw his eyes, and the sight made his stomach slip right down to his rectum. Don't beat around the bush, Merriman. Don't twist up your tail. The familiar voice of Shawnee, the medical student, came from the shadows. When I was here 3 days ago, here, in this high-backed chair, at the table, sat a gentleman in a cloak lined with muskrat. He was drinking wine, and you never entertain anybody, only the best of friends. He flirted with me, brazenly urged me to go dancing at the Three Little Bells. I even had to slap his hand because he had started to fondle me, remember? And you said, "Leave her alone, Master Rience. Don't frighten her. I needs must be on good terms with the little academics to do business." And you both chuckled, you and your Master Rience, with the burned face. So don't start playing dumb now because you're not dealing with someone dumber than you. Talk while you're still being asked politely. Oh, you cocksure little student, thought the charlatan. You treacherous creep, you red-haired hussy. I'm going to find you and pay you back. Just let me get myself out of this. What Rience? He yelped, writhing, trying in vain to free himself from the heel pressing down on his breastbone. And how am I to know who he is and where he is? All sorts come here. What am I? The white-haired man leaned over further, slowly pulling the dagger from his other boot, while pressing down harder on the charlatan's chest with his first. Merriman, he said quietly, believe me or don't, as you like, but if you don't immediately tell me where Rience is, if you don't immediately reveal how you contact him, then I will feed you, piece by piece, to the eels in the canal, starting with your ears. There was something in the white-haired man's voice which made the charlatan believe his every word. He stared at the stiletto blade and knew that it was sharper than the knives with which he punctured ulcers and boils. He started to shake so hard that the boot resting on his chest bounced nervously. But he did not say anything. He could not say anything, not for the time being, because if Rience were to return and ask why he had betrayed him, Merriman would have been able to show him the way, or Merriman would have to be able to show him why. 1 ear, he thought. 1 ear I have to endure. Then I'll tell him. Why waste time and mess about with blood? A woman's soft alto suddenly resounded from the semi-darkness. Why risk him twisting the truth and lying? Allow me to take care of him my way. He'll talk so fast he'll bite his own tongue. Hold him down. The charlatan howled and struggled against his fetters, but the white-haired man crushed him to the floor with his knee, grabbed him by the hair, and twisted his head. Someone knelt down next to him. He smelled perfume and wet bird feathers, felt the touch of fingers on his temple. He wanted to scream in terror, but terror choked him. All he managed was a croak. You want to scream already? The soft alto right next to his ear purred like a cat. Too soon, Merman, too soon. I haven't started yet, but I will in a moment. If evolution has traced any groove at all in your brain then, I'm going to plow it somewhat deeper, and then you'll see what a scream really can be. And so, said Vilgefortz, having heard the report, our kings have started to think independently. They have started to plan independently, and in an amazingly short time evolving from thinking on a tactical level to a strategic one. Interesting. Not long ago, at Sodden, all they could do was gallop around with savage cries and swords raised at the van of their company without even looking around to check their company hadn't by chance left them behind, or wasn't galloping in an entirely different direction. And today, they there they are, in Hague Castle, deciding the fate of the world. Interesting. But to be honest, I expected as much. We know, confirmed Artaud Terranova, and we remember you warned us about it. That's why we're telling you about it. Thank you for remembering, smiled the wizard, and Tissaia DeVray was suddenly sure that he had already been aware of each of the facts just presented to him, and had been for a long time. She did not say a word. Sitting upright in her armchair, she evened up her lace cuffs as the left fell a little differently from the right. She felt Terranova's unfavorable gaze and Vilgefortz's amused eyes on her. She knew that her legendary pendentism either annoyed or amused everybody, but she did not care in the least. What does the chapter say to all of this? First of all, retorted Terranova, we would like to hear your opinion, Vilgefortz. First, first of all, smiled the wizard, let us have something to eat and drink. We have enough time. Allow me to prove myself a good host. I can see you are frozen through and tired from your journeys. How many changes of portals, may I ask? 3, Tissaia DeVray shrugged. It was nearer for me, added Artaud. 2 proved enough, but still complicated, I must admit. Such foul weather everywhere. So let us fortify ourselves with good fare and a good old red wine from Sidaris. Lydia, would you be so kind? Lydia van Brandevort, Vilgefort's assistant and personal secretary, appeared from behind the curtain like an ethereal phantom and smiled with her eyes at Tissaia DeVray. Tissaia, controlling her face, replied with a pleasant smile and bow of her head. Artaud Terranova stood up and bowed with reverence. He, too, controlled his expression very well. He knew Lydia. 2 servants, bustling around and rustling their skirts, swiftly lay out at the tableware plates and platters. Lydia van Bredevoort, delicately conjuring up tiny flame between her thumb and index finger, lit the candles in the candelabras. Tissaia saw traces of oil paint on her hand. She filed it in her memory so later, after supper, she could ask of the young enchantress to show her her latest work. Lydia was a talented artist. They supped in silence. Artaud Terranova did not stint himself, and reached without embarrassment for the platters and, probably a little too frequently, and without his host's encouragement, clanged the silver top of the carafe of red wine. Tissaia DeVray ate slowly, devoting more attention to arranging her plates, cutlery, and napkins symmetrically, although, in her opinion, they still lay irregularly and hurt her predilection for order and her aesthetic sensibility. Then to the fare. She drank sparingly. Vilgefortz ate and drank even more sparingly. Lydia, of course, did not eat or drink at all. The candle flames undulated in long red and gold whiskers of fire. Drops of rain tinkled against the stained glass of the windows. Well, Vilgefortz, said Terranova finally, rummaging in a platter with his fork in search of an adequately fatty piece of game. What is your position regarding our monarch's behavior? Hen Gaedam Deeth and Francesca sent us here because they want to know your opinion. Tissaia and I are also interested. The chapter wants to assume a unanimous stand in this matter, and, should it come to action, we also want to act unanimously. So what do you advise? It flatters me greatly. With a gesture, Vilgefortz thanked Lydia, who was offering to put more broccoli on his plate, that my opinion in this matter should be decisive for the chapter. No one said that. Artaud poured himself some more wine. We're going to make a collective decision anyway, when the chapter meets. But we wish to let everybody have the opportunity to express themselves beforehand, so we can have an idea of all the various views. We're listening, therefore. If we finish supping, let us go through into the workshop, Lydia proposed telepathically, smiling with her eyes. Terranova looked at her smile and quickly downed what he had in his chalice, to the dregs. Good idea, Vilgefortz wiped his fingers on a napkin. We'll be more comfortable there. My protection against magical eavesdropping is strongest there, too. Let us go. You can bring the carafe, Artaud. I won't say no. It's my favorite vintage. They went through to the workshop. Tisea could not stop herself from casting an eye over the workbench weighed down with retorts, crucibles, test tubes, crystals, and numerous magical utensils. All were enveloped in a screening spell, but Tisea DeVry was an archmage. There was no screen she could not penetrate, and she was a little curious as to what the mage had been doing of late. She worked out the configuration of the recently used apparatus in a flash. It served for the detection of persons who had disappeared while enabling a psychic vision by means of the crystal metal stone method. The wizard was either searching for someone or resolving a theoretical, logistical problem. Vilgefortz of Roggeveen was well known for his love of solving such problems. They sat down in carved ebony armchairs. Lydia glanced at Vilgefortz, caught the sign transmitted by his eye, and immediately left. Tisea sighed imperceptibly. Everyone knew that Lydia van Bredevoort was in love with Vilgefortz of Roggeveen, that she had loved him for years with a silent, relentless, and stubborn love. The wizard, it is to be understood, also knew this, but pretended not to. Lydia made it easier for him by never betraying her feelings to him. She never took the slightest step or made the slightest gesture, transmitted no sign by thought, and, even if she could speak, would never have said a word. She was too proud. Vilgefortz, too, did nothing because he did not love Lydia. He could, of course, simply have made her his lover, tied her to him even more strongly, and, who knows, maybe even made her happy. There were those who advised him to do so, but Vilgefortz did not. He was too proud and too much a man of principle. The situation, therefore, was hopeless, but stable, and this patently satisfied them both. So, the young wizard broke the silence. The chapter of racking their brains about what to do about the initiatives and plans of our kings. Quite unnecessarily, their plans must simply be ignored. I beg your pardon. Arton Terranova froze with the chalice in his left hand, the carafe in his right. Did I understand you correctly? We are to do nothing? We are to let— We already have, interrupted Vilgefortz, because no one asked us for our permission, and no one will. I repeat, we ought to pretend that we know nothing. That is the only rational thing to do. The things they have thought up threaten war, and on a grand scale like this. The things they have thought up have been made known to us thanks to enigmatic and incomplete information, which comes from a mysterious and highly dubious source, so dubious that the word disinformation stubbornly comes to mind. And even if it were true, the designs are still at the planning stage, and will remain so for a long while yet. And if they move beyond that stage, well, then we will act accordingly. You mean to say— Terranova screwed up his face— we will dance to the tune they play? Yes, Artaud. Vilgefortz looked at him, and his eyes flashed. You will dance to the tune they play, or you will take leave of the dance floor, because the orchestra's podium is too high for you to climb up there and tell the musicians to play another tune. Realize that at last. If you think another solution is possible, you are making a mistake. You are making the stars reflect the surface of the lake at night for the heavens. The chapter will do as he says, disguising his order as advice, thought Tisea DeVry. We are all pawns on his chessboard. He's moved up, grown, obscured us with his brightness, subordinated us to him. We're pawns in his game, a game the rules of which we do not know. Her left cuff once again arranged itself differently from the right. The enchantress adjusted it with care. The king's plans are already in the stage of practical realization, she said slowly. In Caedwyn and Eredern, an offensive against the Scoia'tael has begun. The blood of young elves is flowing. It is reaching the point of persecution and pogroms against non-humans. There is talk of an attack of the free elves of Dol Blathana and the Grey Mountains. This is mass murder. Are we to say, get him, get him death, and Enid Fendaber, that you advise us to stand idly by and watch and do nothing, pretending we can't see anything? Vilgefortz turned his head towards her. Now you're going to change tactics, thought Tissaia. You're a player. You can hear which way the dice roll on the table. You're going to change tactics. You're going to strike a different note. Vilgefortz did not lower his eyes from hers. You're right, he said curtly. You are right, Tissaia. War with Nilfgaard is one thing, but we must not look on idly at the massacre of non-humans and do nothing. I suggest we call a convention, a general convention of everyone up to and including Masters of the Third Degree, including those who have been sitting on royal councils since Sodden. At the convention, we will make them see reason and order them to keep their monarchs in check. I second this proposal. I second this proposition, said Terranova. Let us call a convention and remind them to whom they owe first loyalty. Note that even some members of our council now advise kings. The kings are served by Carduin, Philippa Eilhart, Ferkart, Radcliffe, Yennefer. At the last name, Vilgefortz twitched internally. But Tissaia de Vries was an archmage. Tissaia sensed the thought, the impulse leaping from the workbench, the magical apparatus to the 2 volumes lying on the table. Both books were invisible, enveloped in magic. The magician focused herself, and penetrated the screen. Aen Ithlinne Smerth. The prophecy foretold by Ithlinne Egli, Evanian, the elven seers. The prophecy of the end of civilization, the prophecy of annihilation, destruction, and the return of barbarianism, which are to come when the masses of ice pressing down from the borders of the eternal freeze. And another book, very old, falling apart, Aen hen Eker, the elder blood, the blood of elves? Tissaia, and what do you think? I second it. The enchantress adjusted her ring, which had turned the wrong way round. I second Villefort's plan. Let us call a convention as soon as possible. Metal, stone, crystal, she thought. Are you looking for Yennefer? Why? And what does she have to do with Ithlinne's prophecy, or with the elder blood of the elves? What are you brewing, Vilgefortz? I'm sorry, said Lydia von Bredevoort telepathically, coming in without a sound. The wizard stood up. Forgive me, he said, but this is urgent. I've been waiting for this letter since yesterday. It will only take a minute. Artaud yawned, muffled a belch, and reached for the carafe. Tissaia looked at Lydia. Lydia smiled, with her eyes. She could not do so in any other way. The lower half of Lydia van Bredevoort's face was an illusion. 4 years ago, on Vilgefortz, her master's, recommendation, Lydia had taken part in experiments concerning the properties of an artifact found amongst the excavations of an ancient necropolis. The artifact turned out to be cursed. It activated only once. Of the 5 wizards taking part in the experiment, 3 died on the spot. The 4th lost his eyes, both hands, and went mad. Lydia escaped with burns, a mangled jaw, and a mutation of the larynx and throat which, to this day, effectively resisted all efforts at regeneration. A powerful illusion was therefore drawn so that people did not faint at the sight of Lydia's face. It was a very strong and very efficient placed illusion, difficult for even the chosen ones to penetrate. Vilgefortz put the letter aside. Thank you, Lydia. Lydia smiled. The messenger is waiting for a reply, she said. There will be no reply. I understand. I have given orders to prepare chambers for your guests. Thank you. Tissaia, Artaud, I apologize for the short delay. Let us continue. Where were we? Nowhere, thought Tissaia de Vries, but I'm listening carefully to you, because at some stage you'll finally mention the thing which really interests you. Ah, began Villefort slowly. Now I know what I wanted to say. I'm thinking about those members of the council who have had the least experience. Furkart and Yennefer. Furkart, as far as I know, is tied to Foltest of Temeria and sits on the king's council with Triss Merigold. But who is Yennefer tied to? You said, Artaud, that she is one of those who are serving kings. Artaud exaggerated, said Tissaia calmly. Yennefer is living in Vengerberg, so Demawend sometimes turns to her for help, but they do not work together all the time. It cannot be for certain that she is serving Demawend. How is her sight? Everything is all right, I hope? Yes, everything is all right. Good. Very good. I was worried. You know, I wanted to contact her, but it turned out she had left. No one knew wherefore. Stone, metal, crystal, thought Tissaia de Vries. Everything that Yennefer wears is active and cannot be detected using psychic visions. You won't find her that way, my dear. If Yennefer does not wish anyone to know where she is, no one will find out. Write to her, she said calmly, straightening out her cuffs, and send a letter in the ordinary way. It will get there without fail, and Yennefer, wherever she is, will reply. She always does. Yennefer, threw in Artaud, frequently disappears, sometimes for entire months. The reasons tend to be quite trivial. Tissaia looked at him, pursing her lips. The wizard felt silent. Vilgefortz smiled faintly. Precisely, he said. That is just what I thought. At one time, she was closely tied to a certain witcher. Geralt, if I'm not mistaken. It seems it wasn't just an ordinary passing affair. It appeared Yennefer was quite strongly involved. Tissaia de Vries sat up straight and gripped the armrests of her chair. Why are you asking about that? They're personal matters. It is none of our business. Of course, Vilgefortz glanced at the letter lying discarded on the pulpit. It is none of our business, but I am not being guided by unhealthy curiosity, but concern about the emotional state of a member of the council. I am wondering about Yennefer's reaction to the news of Geralt's death. I presume she would get over it, come to terms with it, without falling into a depression or exaggerating mourning? No doubt she would, said Tissaia coldly, especially as such news has been reaching her every now and again, and always proving to be a rumor. That's right, confirmed Terranorva. This Geralt, or whatever he is called, knows how to fend for himself. And why be surprised? He is a mutant, a murdering machine, programmed to kill, and not let himself be killed. As for Yennefer, let us not exaggerate her alleged emotions. We know her. She does not give in to emotions. She toyed with the Witcher. That's all. She was fascinated with death, with this character, which this character constantly courts. And when he finally brings it onto himself, that will be the end of it. For the time being, remarked Tissaia de Vries dryly, the Witcher is alive. Vilgefortz smiled and once more glanced at the letter lying in front of him. Is that so? He said. I don't think so. Geralt flinched a little and swallowed hard. The initial shock of drinking the elixir had passed, and the second stage was beginning to take effect, as indicated by a faint and unpleasant dizziness which accompanied the adaptation of his sight to darkness. The adaptation progressed quickly. The deep darkness of the night paled, and everything around him started to take on shades of gray, shades which were at first hazy and unclear, then increasingly contrasting, distinct and sharp. In the little street leading to the canal bank which, a moment ago, had been as dark as the inside of a tar barrel, Geralt could now make out the rats roaming through the gutters, and sniffing at puddles and gaps in the wall. His hearing, too, had been heightened by the Witcher's decoction. Most likely Cap. The deserted tangle of lanes where, only a moment ago, there had been a sound of rain against guttering, began to come to life, to throb with sounds. He heard the cries of cats fighting, dogs barking on the other side of the canal, laughter and shouting from the tap rooms and inns of Oxenfurt, yelling and singing from the bargeman's tavern, and the distant quiet warble of a flute playing a jaunty tune. The dark, sleepy houses came to life as well. Geralt could make out the snoring of slumbering people, the thuds of oxen in enclosures, the snorting of horses in stables. From one of the houses in the depths of the street came the stifled, spasmodic moans of a woman in the throes of love-making. The sounds increased, grew louder. He now made out the obscene lyrics of the carousing songs, learned the name of the moaning woman's lover. From Marmon's homestead on the canal came the broken, uncoordinated gibberish of the charlatan who had been put, by Philippa Eilhart's treatment, into a state of complete, no doubt, permanent idiocy. Dawn was approaching. It had finally stopped raining. A wind started up, which blew the clouds away. The sky in the east was clearly paling. The rats in the lane suddenly grew uneasy, scattered in all directions, and hid amongst the crates and rubbish. The Witcher heard footsteps, 4 or 5 men. He could not as yet say how many. He looked up, but did not see Philippa. Immediately he changed tactic. If Rience was amongst those approaching, he had little chance of grabbing him. He would first have to fight his escort, and he did not want to do so. Firstly, as he was under the influence of the elixir, those men would have to die. Secondly, Rience would have the opportunity to flee. The footsteps grew nearer. Geralt emerged from the shadows. Rience loomed out of the lane. The Witcher recognized the sorcerer instantly and instinctively, although he had never seen him before. The burn, a gift from Yennefer, was masked by the shadow of his hood. He was alone. His escort did not reveal themselves, remaining hidden in the little street. Geralt immediately understood why. Rience knew who was waiting for him by the charlatan's house. Rience had suspected an ambush, yet he had still come. The Witcher realized why, and that was even before he heard the quiet grating of swords being drawn from their scabbards. Fine, he thought. If that's what you want, fine. It's a pleasure hunting for you, said Rience quietly. You appear where you're wanted, of your own accord. The same can be said of you, calmly retorted the Witcher. You appeared here. I wanted you here, and here you are. You must have pushed Mirman hard to tell you about the amulet, to show you where it is hidden, and how to activate it to send out a message. But Mirman didn't know that the amulet informs and warns at the same time, so he could not have told you even if roasted on red coals. I have distributed a good many of those amulets. I knew that sooner or later you would come across one of them. 4 men emerged from around the corner of the little street. They moved slowly, deftly, and noiselessly. They still kept to the areas of darkness, and wielded their drawn swords in such a way as not to be betrayed by a flash of blades. The Witcher obviously saw them clearly, but he did not reveal the fact. Fine. Murderers, he thought. If that's what you want, that's what you'll get. I waited, continued Rance, without moving from the spot, and here you are. I intend to finally rid the earth of your burden, you foul changeling. You intend? You overrate yourself. You are nothing but a tool. A hired thug by others to deal with their dirty work. Who hired you, stooge? You want to know too much, mutant. You call me a stooge. And do you know what you are? A heap of dung on the road which has to be removed because someone prefers not to soil their boots. No, I am not going to disclose who the person is to you, although I could. But I will tell you something else, so you have something to think about on your way to hell. I already know where to find the little bastard you're looking after. And I know where to find that witch of yours, Yennefer. My patrons don't care about her, but I bear the whore a personal grudge. As soon as I'm finished with you, I'm going after her. I'll see to it that she regrets her tricks with fire. Oh yes, she's going to regret them. For a very long time. You shouldn't have said that, the Witcher smiled nastily, feeling the euphoria of battle aroused by the elixir, reacting with adrenaline. Before that, you said that you still had a chance to live. Now you don't. A powerful oscillation of his Witcher's medallion warned him of a sudden assault. He jumped aside and, drawing his sword in a flash, deflected and annihilated the violent, paralyzing wave of magical energy directed at him with his rune-covered blade. Rience backed away, raised his arm to make a move, but at the last moment took fright. Not attempting a second spell, he swiftly retreated down the lane. The Witcher could not run after him. The four men who thought they were concealed in the shadows threw themselves at him. Swords flashed. They were professionals, all four of them. Experienced, skilled professionals working as a team. They came at him in pairs. Two on the left, two on the right. In pairs, so that one always covered the other's back. The Witcher chose those on the left. On top of the euphoria produced by the elixir came fury. The first thug attacked with a feint from Dextra, only to jump aside and allow the man behind him to execute a deceptive thrust. Geralt spun in a pirouette, evaded and passed by them, and with the very tip of his sword slashed at the other one from behind across the occiput, shoulders and back. He was angry and hit hard. A fountain of blood spurted on the wall. The first men backed away with lightning speed, making room for the next pair. These separated for the attack, slashing their swords from two directions in such a way that only one blow could be parried, the other having to meet its aim. Geralt did not parry, and, whirling in a pirouette, came between them. In order not to collide, they both had to break their teeming rhythm, their rehearsed steps. One of them managed to turn in a soft, feline feint and leapt away dexterously. The other did not have time. He lost his balance and stumbled backward. The Witcher, turning in a reverse pirouette, used his momentum to slash him across the lower back. He was angry. He felt his sharp Witcher's blade sever the spine. A terrifying howl echoed down the streets. The two remaining men immediately attacked him, showering him with blows, which he parried with the greatest of difficulties. He went into a pirouette and tore himself from beneath the flashing blades. But instead of leaning his back against the wall and defending himself, he attacked. They were not expecting it, did not have time to leap away and apart. One of them countered, but the Witcher evaded the counterattack, spun, slashed from behind, blindly, counting on the rush of air. He was angry. He aimed low at the belly and hit his mark. He heard a stifled cry, but did not have time to look back. The last of the thugs was already at his side, already striking a nasty sinistra with a quarte. Geralt parried at the last moment, statistically without a turn, with a quart from Dextra. The thug, making use of the impetus of the parry, unwound like a spring and slashed from a half-turn wide and hard. Too hard. Geralt was already spinning. The killer's blade, considerably heavier than the Witcher's, cut the air, and the thug had to follow the blow. The impetus caused him to turn. Geralt slipped out from the half-turn just beside him, very close. He saw his contorted face and horrified eyes. He was angry. He struck, short but powerful and sure, right in the eyes. He heard Shani's terrified scream as she tried to pull herself free of Dandelion on the bridge leading to the charlatan's house. Rience retreated into the depths of the lane, raising and spreading both arms in front of him, a magical light already beginning to exude from them. Geralt grasped his sword with both hands, and without second thoughts ran toward him. The sorcerer's nerves could not take it. Without completing his spell, he began to run away, yelling incomprehensibly, but Geralt understood. He knew what Rience was calling for help, begging for help, and help arrived. The little street blazed with a bright light, and on the dilapidated, sullied walls of a house flared the fiery oval of a portal. Rience threw himself towards it. Geralt jumped. He was furious.
Oh,
Hi.
no, hold on. Hi, Sam.
Hello, everyone. How's it
We're
Hi.
talking
going?
character design a little bit while we were waiting.
Oh,
How are you, Lorelai?
hello. Are you ready?
I am ready to take over anytime you are.
Okay.
So we'll continue our conversation on stream, and we'll give everybody a crash course.
Timer went up.
Yep, I see that. Ready?
Alright, guys. So thanks for chilling in. I have a little bit of the last of Chapter 6 and then Chapter 7, and then Witcher Blood of Elves is done.
Yay!
Nice.
So, alright. Are you ready, sweetheart?
Yeah. Just tell me when you're pressing the button.
Alright. 3, 2, 1.